renewed love for this network, and you won't want to invest in much else. They're solving all the problems. They just came out with the Nautilus upgrade for Walrus. Seal's coming next. You can host websites and store data. And look what just happened again. I don't know if you guys saw the news. It just happened recently, but like billions of people's passwords.
16 billion passwords from Facebook and Apple and Google leaked to who knows where. That's why we need the blockchain protection of Sui.
Yeah, you'll definitely see Adani posting about that. If tonight, or if not tonight, tomorrow, he always makes sure to point out when stuff like that happens. They always say, "Hey, if you would have hosted on Walrus, you would have been secure. It's impossible. No one's going to hack the Sui blockchain." That's what should be going on. You got to have your website on Walrus. And I know, I believe Sui Booster, he just came on. He's got his website, at least part of it on Walrus. Some people told me it's a little difficult at first, but I definitely think it's worth it, and I know they're going to make it easier to do.
Yep, on-chain block storage is cool and the big thing. Instead of using like the Google Drive, you can have it all on blockchain, verifiable, and you can have all your data there. Everyone in your office will be able to access it, almost like a local server, but it'll exist uninterrupted on the Walrus protocol stores on blockchain. So it's going to be a good alternative for people in the future for like office networking and stuff. I can't wait to build it into my real world business.
One real world application of that is for like artists that have like music mostly, and maybe any other type of media, is that instead of putting it on iTunes or Spotify, whatever these services that charge money, you can be your own person that gives people access. They give you money, you let their wallet access that content, so you can just skip the middleman. That's what I like about Sui Network, is that everything is made with decentralization in mind. Every single thing they've done, they say that's their goal. They don't rely on third parties. They have their whole ecosystem right here, everything they need to do it. So,
and right now is the Sui Overflow competition. I think voters
yes.
can win. You can win cash if you go and you vote. They've got all their coolest projects that are competing to win prizes. I posted it on the Jumbotron here, the micro Sui dev. That's my favorite little pet project that's going on, but there's all kinds of cool ones on there. There's Noodle Finance. You should definitely go on, connect your wallet, vote for your favorite Sui projects. And then I think the Hippo is giving voters a chance to win like 25 grand or something like that. I saw. So I just like going on there, not even just for the voting. I like to just go see what cool things are being built. So I encourage everyone to do that.
And vote for best new project Launchpad for Moonbags. I believe the majority of people here launched on Moonbags that are introducing their projects. When Sui Trump launched, Moonbags didn't even exist. So, it wasn't an option. There's very few options back in last October. So, first of all, was there anything that you wanted to update us on, Richie, about the SuiDex and the Sui Farm and the hackathon, and when the website's going to be available? You're just waiting for the go-ahead for the website and all that? Oh, it looks like we may have lost him.
Yeah, I think he got rugged. But yeah, SuiDex is coming out this month. Richie will be back to talk about it in a second. If anyone hasn't heard about that, it's going to be a really cool new decentralized exchange with farming, liquidity staking, and a whole bunch of ways to earn passive income and to stake tokens and to earn what's going to be Victory Token. Victory Token is going to be the emissions token of SuiDex decentralized exchange. If anyone has any experience with BNB blockchain and Pancake Swap, it's going to be very similar to the Cake Coin and Pancake Swap. Rich has spent countless hours with a team of developers to really work on the economics and the emissions. It's all laid out in his white paper. He's taken examples from 3 or 4 different places and kind of taken the best ideas from what works from all of them. And he's thinking and planning in the head for like 3-4 years in the futures of how all this emission tokens is going to work. And it's going to be really cool and a really great new place to add, store, and farm. So
Yield farm, there's lockers, and as time progresses, he plans on adding Web3 eventually, like regular LP pools. It looks like he's back. We lost you for a minute, Rich.
Yeah, I had to. I set up the stream, but then the construction is so loud that my good mic was picking up like crazy construction, so I had to mute it. But we're live on YouTube now. But
nice.
The mic, but I'm using the mic from my phone, so it might be delay on the YouTube. But yeah, it works good enough.
Well,
yeah, what are you guys talking about?
We were just talking about your project. We're talking about SuiDex and what Hackathon.
Nice.
I was talking about how much time and care you've put into developing the economics that are going to keep this project going good for years in advance. We were talking about how you can view the white paper. We were talking about all the cool different farming capabilities that are on there. And then they also got a game coming. But yeah, if you want to give your proper introduction of it, I'd like to hear that.
Most people are wondering about the status of the hackathon, when that's going to be officially starting.
So I'm done. Like in terms of like my responsibilities for the hackathon, I'm done. I'm ready. But the unfortunate thing with working with a team is that I rely on other people to finish their tasks as well. And the guy, he's called Satish. He is our web UI designer, and he's stuck in a flood. Essentially, I called him yesterday. We had a team meeting, and he said he's in a flood and he's unable to get like online. Like yesterday, basically, he says hopefully today, because we've made changes to the website for SuiDex, where we want to make it as easy as possible for people to onboard to the hackathon and to advertise it. So to do that, we want to do it the same way we did the waitlist, where people will sign up through the website, and then we'll be able to essentially have people's contacts and make it really efficient for getting everyone together to start working towards the hackathon. So we fixed up the website, but he was unable to deploy it. So hopefully we'll get it done today. And that's then going to be the signups open for the hackathon, and then getting a launch date for the hackathon. I'm still hoping to get it launched June 23rd, but always with delays, whatever they are, then it kind of puts back the marketing as well. So it's days away. It's just trying to pull all the pieces together. And for the information for the hackathon, like I have all the articles and stuff done on my end. So the way it's going to work is there's going to be a $5,000 prize for the hackathon, or prize pool, which will be going towards developers who join the SuiDex hackathon. The theme is to secure and create. So it's a 2-pronged hackathon. The idea is that we're going to be inviting white hats. So a white hat is someone who tries to explore vulnerabilities and protocols to get reward, essentially. We're going to be inviting builders and any Sui ecosystem developer, or anyone who's interested in Sui Move code language at all. Even if you're a novice, you're invited to join it. It's free to join. So either if you're there to break SuiDex, build on SuiDex, or even both, it's your chance to kind of leave your mark on SuiDex and on our innovation, test our protocol, and then at the same time, the community of Sui will be more confident that what we're making is a legitimate protocol that's working as designed and is safe for use. So SuiDex is, I guess it's a community-powered DEX. It's on the Sui blockchain, and it's designed to combine modular tokenomics of Sui with the fast performance that Sui offers. We want to have a kind of gamified liquidity idea, which will involve yield farming for our new token Victory. which we held the private raise for last week. We sold out in 13 minutes. We raised $100,000 in a very short amount of time, which was really bullish. It's going to be working with Victory and with our meme token, Sui Trump, as well as going to be involved in the ecosystem. So the $5,000 of prizes will be paid out to people who join the hackathon who we believe have contributed something important to the future of SuiDex, right? And generally, when you run a hackathon, you have to guide people on what to do. So you can't just kind of start it and then say, okay, guys, here's the code, you know, go have a great time with it. We need to try and make it more like a fun event for coders to join. So the idea is that we're going to kick it off live on X and YouTube. There's going to be a presentation about SuiDex done by me, where I'm going to talk about the tokenomics, because that's what I designed for the project. It was my brainchild, essentially, which led to the creation of SuiDex. Then, after I've explained the tokenomics, how essentially it works on paper, we're going to be bringing on board our Move team from Stack Meridian, which is the company which I hired to build the DEX. They're going to deep dive into key smart contract functions and security models, so a much more in-depth look at the code for SuiDex. Then finally, Michael, who is my partner with SuiDex, and I will outline 2 tracks. In a hackathon, a track is essentially what people should be focusing on doing. So we have 2 tracks for a hackathon. The first one is secure, and the second is called create. So the secure track is to find bugs, vulnerabilities, or inefficiencies in SuiDex. So this is ideal for anyone who's a security pro, an auditor, or a white hat looking to poke into our code and find anything that they think isn't, even if it's not efficient enough, then that's also great for us to hear. And vulnerabilities as well. And the second track is more fun, which is about builders. So that's for creating. And that will be for anyone who wants to build something new. It's kind of a bonus track for any developer who wants to try and create something new or extend something onto SuiDex, create a dashboard for SuiDex, use SuiDex in any way and create something. And then we're hopefully surprised by the creativity of Sui, and they can also get their hands on part of the $5,000 prize pool. That's how it's all going to work. And we're really looking forward to it. There'll be 7 days from the kickoff of this hackathon till the end of it. So developers will have 7 days to work on their submissions. And after 7 days, we will have a short review period and then pay out the winners.
So 7-day total event for the hackathon from when it starts?
Yeah, that's right. Because people need some time to work on their code.
Yeah, definitely. And I got some good people to be checking it out too. Probably the best.
Nice. Yeah, I've been pushing on LinkedIn as well, just to try and find as many white hats as possible, because LinkedIn is actually a pretty good resource for finding talented developers.
That's actually a really popular thing to be getting into, is like finding bugs. There's a lot of people, as soon as you talk about a prize, there'll be people all over it. It'll turn out well for sure. I can definitely market that. I kind of am part of that crowd in a way. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, so I'm just keen to get the marketing kicked off for it, but without the website being able to accept people's submissions, then of course can't start the marketing. So I'm just waiting. But that's part of crypto, right?
As soon as you
We're
give me
good at
the green
waiting.
light, I'm all over it. It's going to be on every website in the entire internet possible. Everyone's going to know about it right away.
Yeah. So I was hoping to announce it today, but that always happens. Usually by Friday or Thursday, people are ready for these things, but we'll have to wait. And while that's all going on, we'll also be going with the audits. So I found 3, 4, 5 audit companies, which I'm quite impressed with. So I forwarded them all to Michael, because he's working with the code. My expertise is not deep inside of reading code and understanding how contracts work, right? I'm more of I guess, an architect or visionary, I guess would be the word. So I left it to the code team to decide who they want to go for with the audit. I think it's a better idea. So they're in discussions with each of the ones that I've sourced and given them the contacts of. and they will decide which auditor we'll go with. There's a bunch of them on Sui though, so I was quite impressed, and not insanely expensive, which I was very surprised by.
Was
Which is good.
one of the choices that you chose, Spywolf, because they're supposed to be decent and
Yeah, so
like
Spywolf
fun
would be,
to
I put them in tier 3 for auditors. You on Sui you have kind of tier 1s would be what they call again, OPSEC, would
Yeah.
be one of the tier 1s. But if you're looking at them, then you're looking at probably $30,000 to $40,000 for a tier 1 audit on Sui, which, you know, if we launch and we're extremely successful, I'd be very happy to get one of them. But for launch phase, I want to try to get tier 2 audit, so it's anywhere between $1,000 to $7,000 would be the rough estimate of what I think it's going to cost in the end,
No,
which
I
is
just
fine.
put something on the Jumbotron, but that was from May 14th, so I might remove that one and put the most recent one on there.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
That's what we're doing, and we're just getting ready to buy and burn a butt ton of Sui Trump and get launched with this. I'm so eager to launch this, man. It's been
it's been
so long in the making.
7 months. 7 months. About, you know, a couple more weeks isn't a big deal at all. And
Well, you're
I
not
got
EA
some-
Sports. You're not some bad video game company that's going to put out a half-cooked product and then have to patch it like Civilization 7 or Harry Potter. Like, you've taken your time and you've been patient with it, and you're going to put out a really good, fully baked croissant that we're all going to enjoy. So I'm looking forward to it too.
Yeah,
that's the only way Richie does things. It's got to be the best stable.
And that
safe.
alpha right there, everybody, about Sui Trump, there's going to be huge burn mechanics for Sui Trump when this launches. So, little alpha, get your Sui Trump now before that burn starts just burning away.
yeah. I couldn't believe some people were selling Sui Trump to try get into the private raise. Yeah, they just
Facts,
they didn't read.
yeah.
They did not read the docs at all. It's not the play. Yeah, and also the projects will also be listing on SuiDex with reward pools such as AquaShock. These should be tokens that people should be looking at right now to try buy at very good prices.
Well, thank you, Richie. Yeah, I'm so excited about having AquaShock be a part of SuiDex and staking victory to earn Shock and some other things that we're going to work on in there too. So yeah,
exactly.
Sui Trump and Shock, get it while it's good now before this gets launched, because it's going to be very successful.
I've still made no announcements publicly about Shock, because I mean, we've been saying it in spaces, but if people are in and clued in and listening, and they're alert, then they'll know what's going to happen, right?
Those are the people we want, the people that are here in the spaces listening, making the active effort to be informed and to make good choices. That's who we want for our holders.
The real ones.
And then as soon as people realize, oh, hang on a minute, I can actually earn with this token and it will go up in value because people want to buy it, then, you know, it's a no-brainer. And the last thing I'll say about SuiDex was I was really happy how the private raise went. The way we approached it was a bit different for Sui. We decided to do it all in-house, so we built our own smart contracts to handle a pre-sale raise. This was for 2 reasons. I pushed the team to get it done because there's a lot of fair launch platforms on Sui at the moment. There's Move Pump, and there's Moonbags, and there's even Pink Sale now live on Sui as well. But we thought with SuiDex, if we are serious about growth and also onboarding new and talented people into Sui, then we would need our own kind of launch platform anyway, not for pump.fun style launches, but for example, if we link up with a project that wants to build something on Sui and then they need to launch on Sui, then we can now facilitate that launch. And because we've made up our own fair launch platform, not fair launch, I guess it's more of a pre-sale platform, more of a traditional sense, then we can now build that out to actually facilitate partner projects launching with SuiDex, not just coming to farm with SuiDex. So that's also something that we'll be working on in the future. We did get a contact from one developer who's looking to build it's a perpetual trading DEX, kind of like Hyperliquid. They want to start trying to build that on Sui, and we might be facilitating it, this early alpha. So let's see how that goes, but it could be massive. So that's really great too.
Perps on there. That sounds good.
exactly right. And
What was the word you taught us last spaces?
Oh,
Purgatory or
re-hypothecation.
rehypothecation. That's right. I did learn about that too. So there might be some rehypothesized pools happening too.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, but not on launch because I don't want to add anything more. It's like if you're in the kitchen and you're cooking, and then some guy comes in and like, hey, can we it's a bit too salty. Can we like get it less salty? And that guy's like, well, I thought it was finished. No.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
So no.
Yeah, keep it simple and build step by step what works.
Exactly. Yeah, but that's me. That's what's going on. So I'm happy to join today to hear all the alpha that's happening on Sui as well, because we have the who's who now on Sui. We have Sui Booster, we have Boombots, I see King Crab, we have got ninjas, we've got lifeguards here, all those here, Willybots here. Like it's a who's who of Sui, right? Drew.Sui's here.
Good looking crowd. All the freaking heavy hitters are here.
Guys, I put on the
Wizard, my favorite
Jumbotron.
Australian wizard down there.
Yeah, I sent that guy a bunch of coins earlier because I was really mad that he got a bad experience by getting involved with that one we don't even need to name. He might need to do something to show the coins, but yeah, I sent him Sui Trump. I sent him AquaShock. I sent him
Nice. Okay, I was gonna say yeah. Go do that.
grab bag. I don't even remember. But yeah, he's a good dude. I didn't want him to have any bad experience and get think that that's what people are like here. And on the Jumbotron, I got it's on TikTok because Telegram was taking forever to upload and TikTok's fast. I have the short, it's like maybe 20 minutes with King Crab, Mr. Warden. So I don't know if you wanted to go next because that's already on the Jumbotron. You showed your face, you answered questions, ex correctional officer, and you sound like a really great guy. If you're not ready yet, that's cool too.
We're always ready.
You're always that's what I like to hear. And you got your boys here too. You probably got some boys in the audience. I know I see some.
Oh yeah.
Bullish. King Crab stays ready, so he doesn't have to get ready. I like it.
Nice to meet you, King Crab.
Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the comments of the space too, because the Jumbotron ones don't always persist. But yeah, so I guess pretty much the same thing we went over in the interview. Just let us know about your project, how you got into crypto, how you found Sui, what your plans are, how was the experience with Moonbags, just the usual.
Yeah, absolutely. So I dabbled in crypto, starting off of Robinhood, and didn't really take it too seriously until, the beginning of the year when I seen Dave Portnoy do his jail stool. So I went head first during the whole jail stool craze on Solana. So like a lot of people, we get onboarded on Solana and then we jump around to other chains. But no, I found Sui. I started following Sui, getting into the ecosystem because of Lofi, and then it jumped into Axel. and you use the Sui ecosystem to help you if you do it the right way. So I kind of, or I shouldn't say I kind of, but I did uh, started connecting good developers together. And when you do that, you've got your own community. But when you realize that Sui's so small right now that one person in your community could be a part of 3 other communities or 4. And when you connect them all together, you can build together, and not just build together, but grow the Sui ecosystem into something huge that we don't even know where it's going to go. But it's going to be amazing when we work together, do it all right, and build together. Just like, Sui Trump, we've got Olo the Croc down here, bunch of other great developers that are, some are new, some have been here a while, and it's going to be amazing.
Right on, man. I feel exactly the same way. That's the attitude I love to hear. I knew you were a good dude, and I was surprised you've been launched for like a month and a half without knowing too much details about you. I'm usually dialed in, and then I was surprised to see like there's people, you didn't mind about people talking about Fart Coin or even the fish one, and
yes, Sui Kingfish, yeah.
That's not usual, in like.
Well, the thing of it is, sorry to interrupt, but the thing of it is, my wallets are staked into those coins. It's if I don't talk about them, it's not just me, but if I don't help them out, I'm not helping out myself. So if when they move, it helps us build our floor, and it's bullish for the community or the ecosystem as well, because we can shill each other, help each other, and build our own floors and build our communities.
That's something that totally resonates with me too, and that's why I'm part of Sui Builders, is that we are, like you said, so early on Sui, and it is small, and that our actions together can really create the culture of what we want it to be, and we can positively impact what we want to make Sui to be together. And all of our success, we can all get market share from the greater, wider crypto world and bring that to Sui and have them bask and bathe in our beautiful culture that we're building. So I love it. I like listening to you.
Absolutely, 100%. And I've even told a few people already. I'm doing a couple things that it's old school, but it's new school, all in the same thing. Um, I'm getting I love fishing, so I'm gonna get get something made, kind of like a one-off, kind of like a fishing jersey. I'm gonna have our king crab emblem on the front, our socials on the back, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around, and the devs that I like, I'm gonna put them on the back of the jersey, and because it's not just me that's in the Sui ecosystem, it's all of us. And I've even, I've gone old school. I've got business cards, you know, I've got our socials on the front, our our first image that we used for the blue king crab, and on the back, I've got Ninja Satoshi's art on the back of it. So we're not just um I kind of lost train of thought. But
you got real world
crab
things, you're building things that actually exist.
Yeah.
I want to sponsor your fishing derby shirt, and I'm going to catch a big Chinook salmon with my king crab shirt and my AquaShock face, and I'm going to post it onto social media for us.
That'd be cool.
King Crab,
and also,
you want something for the Jumbotron. You know how to put stuff up there?
All right.
I could put it up there for you, but you're welcome to put anything you like up there.
Yeah. So another thing is, we had the CEDAS hack. A good leader, even through the down times, you keep your community bullish. You keep pumping because you always have time to grow. You always have time to build. We worked on the downtime. We found new ways to make money. And as I scroll through here we go. I'll use a better image. But what we did is we took Ninja's art. We found a print to ship company and hopefully I did it right. Yep. Okay, so up in the jumbo, if anybody wants to look, there I think it's already past the 14 days, but we have King Crab merch with Ninja's art. And if people aren't into crypto, but they love the art, they can get it on a shirt. You know, even this company has onesies for little kids. You know, we're a cute little blue king crab, but it could be for a child, it could be for an adult, it could be for anybody. And also, we're doing a little giveaway too, that if anybody buys a shirt, a cup, a mug, a little onesie for somebody, they take a picture and tag us in it on X, I will send them $50 in USDC.
I'm
And
doing that.
you know,
I'm 100%.
absolutely.
I
So
just got a question. Would it be okay if they were strippers from a club, but like fully clothed?
as long as it sells the shirt, I don't care.
Right on.
We're here to, you know, it it could be anybody. You know, you could take the shirt, give it to some homeless guy. It gets
That'd be
I mean, honestly,
that'd be
it helps people out.
No, but I'm not even joking about the strippers. I'm living in Mexico temporarily. You know, I'm from the Bay Area, but
Yeah.
there's a club locally, and there's this guy that has a strip club, and you know, I went there one day just bored, and I was thinking, I was like, you know, this would be awesome. I could give these girls opportunity to make money, and they don't have to like, you know, totally disrespect themselves. They can do stuff for people, like by supporting merch of projects, and I think that'd be dope. And I already talked to the owner, and I made him a music video for his local business already. So he's like, yeah, you can do whatever. So, you know, I just need to get the merch of projects to start.
Yeah.
I think that'd be awesome.
It's just, you know, you always got to find new ways to make money for your coin, not for me. I've got a 9 to 5. I don't need the money. What I'm doing with the merch that is sold, we're using that and we're putting it into the King Crab Fund for NFTs later on. You know, we got to build our community first. You know, we're always working, and we will have NFTs later on. We'll have more art in the merch store. You know, we're always growing. We're a long-term project. You know, we can say, you know, we'll go to. We'd love to see 1 million. I want more than that. Billion. I want more than that. I'm never gonna stop moving. I'm not gonna. Absolutely. I'll bring somebody with me too. I'll bring everybody in the ecosystem with me. So
all the real ones are going to be like that. As soon as Sui finally hits the masses and all the companies realize what's possible, they're all coming to Sui. It's already happening.
Right. And you know, other chains, you see them competing against each other. I'm not here to compete with you. I'm here to work with you, and that's what we're going to do. You know, crabs in general, when they work in packs, they look bigger, as a bigger mass for the predators. You know, some like to be solo.
There are such thing as blue crabs. They're very rare, but they're awesome looking.
Right. So yeah, we're here not just for us, but for the Sui ecosystem, and we're gonna bring people with us.
Well, we're here
because that's what we do.
We're here for people that have the same mindset. So that's what these spaces are for.
Thanks, King Crab. I'm
Thank
super bullish now. I'm going through all your socials.
Yeah, check out that TikTok video I posted. You can tell. You know, I can spot real people from people just, you know.
You are high, but you definitely have an advanced empathy algorithm that you have updated. It's pretty good. You got a good radar for good people.
I even use artificial intelligence, honestly. It's just as a backup. You know, I have a pretty good scan myself, but yeah, you can even use AI to do analysis just as an extra thing. But yeah, I'm totally pumped. Watch that TikTok. It's on the Jumbotron, and we're going to be having more after that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, face shows his face, looks totally legit. When it has the video included, it's definitely a whole nother, level of trust that I like to see. You can tell a lot more about someone from seeing them talk rather than just hearing their voice.
What kind of fishing do you like, King Crab?
Well,
do you like fly fishing or trolling or?
I like it all, honestly. I used to do bass tournaments. I wasn't that great. They called me One Fish Smith for a reason, but I had fun. That was the biggest thing. I got the experience. I had fun. I always wanted to be into advertising, so this actually gets me my dream of being into advertising, and because I love racing, and I don't want to dox myself so much, but if you've seen a commercial that I've been in, it even the goofiest stuff sticks in your mind. So
cool.
Right on.
You sound very passionate, and you sound like a good person with integrity and morals. I just followed you back there. Thank you for sharing.
thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, can
Thank you
I
for having me up here.
hey Wise, can I say
Definitely.
something real quick? I just want to say that I just
Sure.
gotta embarrass him a little bit. All right. And this is
Do
a
it.
story I've told
Oh, good
everybody, and I think it's hilarious. King Crab here, when I first found King Crab, he was brand new. But this guy, he was in a space by himself, right? We've told you this, but the other crowd may not know. He was in a space by himself, talking to himself. And I joined. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is kind of weird, man. And he's like, well, just in case someone, listens to it later, because he had it recorded.
Man,
And
that
he's
is
like,
so
just in
awesome.
case. And I'm like, dude, that's the bullest crap I've ever seen in my life. So I've been with him ever since. I'm like, all right,
No,
let's
really,
go.
that really is. That is.
That's what you got to do, man. That's what you got to do. That's great. I've been there.
100%, bro. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, man. Honestly. Yeah, there's no shame. Like, it's true. Everything's recorded, right? So if you're just in a room just talking to yourself, someone might listen later on, right? It's
Well,
I've done it before too.
I was basically like, well, I'm going to treat this like a podcast until I start getting followers and people to come in and talk to. So it'll be something.
Hey, he was too. He was like, just in case you guys, he was talking about like you guys, and it was great, guys. It was great. Honestly, like I said, bullish. I've been with the project ever since. It's been great. So yeah, come support good people, man. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, Richie, I remember I was one of your less than 200 subs you had. You were just having a good time. And you even sent cryptocurrency to people that put their address in the comments, and you actually did. I was like, all right. So yeah, and I know you grinded your way up, very well by having integrity, and that's why I stuck around, and it paid off in a big way. So that's why I'm here. So happy.
Yeah, man. It's what you got to do though. Like, it's just turning up. A lot of the time with people want to see people who turn up, and no matter if the things are going well or going badly, they want to know that they can rely on people to always be there. But then back then I was only just talking about other projects. It's a lot different when we have our own responsibilities with these projects, where we're holding the liquidity and we're trying to push the project forward with our vision and this. But I mean, it's like with that thing that happened last week with that star coin. All the guy had to do was just hold the token and continue doing what he's doing, and everything would have been fine. I don't know what his big deal was.
People aren't built for it. Like, the pressure and the constant when, why, what next? Like, it drives people crazy, and you got to be tough to be a dev. And sometimes just doing nothing is better than freaking out and deactivating all your socials and going nuts. Like, you got to be tough. And I think, sometimes it just gets to people and they blow up.
Yeah.
Can I say something? Can I add something to that real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know if but so I seen that post last night, or was it this morning? Either or, it was real recent. And he's right. A lot of people aren't built for it, and it seems like a lot of people are still mad. But I will give him one piece of good credit, is that he came back on and took accountability, right? So that now I'm not giving him a whole lot of points, but I'll give him that much that he came back on and took accountability, and you can hear it you can kind of see it within the tweet that he wasn't prepared to lose that much money, and this is the exact reason why I didn't want to do a coin or anything, was because you have to be prepared to probably invest somewhere between $20,000 to $40,000 into this shit and let this shit go to zero while your community makes money off of you, right? And either way it goes, people are always going to talk. There's no right or wrong way to take profit. Because, for example, there was one token on the Chronos chain. Guy basically took his coin from 100K all the way to 20 million. Now, he had promised the community that he wasn't going to take any profit to 100 million. But what he did was he took all of his profits. He left a small bag, but took all of his profits and ripped the Band-Aid off. And he told the community, would you rather me take my full profits now and then just let you guys have at it? Or would you guys take it little by little every time it hits 20 million, every time it hits these little marker stones? I'm doing you guys a favor and taking my whole profit bag that I want to take, and this is it for me, right? The last I'm going to let ride. That token ended up going to 100 million. Everybody complained at the time, but it ended up going to 100 million. So
Blaza, I gotta tell you one thing about Crypto Mischief. He has the experience necessary, and he hasn't taken any profits at all and given out $7,000+ in USDC to people for free, and he's paid for the whole entire project out of pocket. Zero profits taken, zero coins sold, built a farm. He's in the red majorly for the people. He's doing it fully different. You should really look into what he's doing, because it's a good thing. But we do have people that are on this space waiting to talk about their projects. So
let me ask you a quick question, Wise. So FSC, just a quick question.
There's people. Okay, go ahead. But there's people waiting.
Okay, if the CEO is not making profit, is it considered a successful business?
He's already successful. He's a KOL YouTuber. He makes money on YouTube. He's been doing.
It's a good question.
Something he does something he's doing for the people.
He's doing it for the people.
It's because it's doing for the people, but also I'm investing in myself. Because in my opinion, we're still not at peak bull market. I mean, it's kind of clear. When this kind of started up Sui Trump, I was like, well, I could continue it as a meme, but if we start investing to build something bigger, then the chance of it becoming, because definitely with what I'm building with the SuiDex, I'm focusing it like a business, right? So I've invested about $30,000, maybe more actually, maybe $40,000 so far in the build of it. And inside of the protocol, inside of the code, there is a section of the code which is going to give me a living wage, right, from the success of the platform. If the platform wasn't successful, I wouldn't make any money from it. So it's all kind of hedging your bet on the success of the business. If the business doesn't work, then I'll eat it and think, okay, well, it didn't work out. But the last thing I want to do is to run a business and then just only profit from selling the token, because that doesn't make any sense. You need to make revenue from the platform without having to add sell pressure to the asset that people hold.
Agree.
But I don't know, with this StarMe coin, like I was looking through the wallet transaction, like I don't see 30 grand missing, to be honest. It's a general thing I've seen over the years. People say, well, I lost so much money on this. I invested all this time.
I agree with Richie.
I mean, maybe you lost like a couple thousand, but 30 grand, no way.
I don't know how you launched at 2 million or 2,000 market cap.
We were looking at him on June 6th, we already knew it was suspicious. We got it on record. But also, Blaze, I don't know if you know, but the farm that Richie's building, 40% of the fees also buy and burn the Sui Trump coin. So even the meme coin has utility now that it's tied to the farm.
Dude, I'm in Sui Trump. You kidding me?
Not everyone knows about that mechanic, though. I just want to make that, the farm does support the coin.
But my point, though, is it's not about me. It's not about what I'm building. It's that for anyone building anything in crypto, you need to sacrifice. You can't just expect things to always go up. At some point, things are going to go down. You can't pump like this coin did. Well, I got the chart pulled up, and he pumped 1,300% in the space of 2 weeks. Of course, after pumping 13x, your token's going to go down in value. That's completely normal. But then the guy, for some reason, decided, oh, I panic and sell everything. Fair enough. But then also, he sold everything when he was already, how far up was he there? Like, he rugged when he was already 8x up from the launch price. So, I mean, no money was lost.
What made it
That's ridiculous.
What made it even worse?
I agree with
is,
Richie.
Mr. Crypto was there with me. We were on a space, right? And I started asking him about connecting his wallet, about people having to connect their wallet to his website. And I started asking him some more heavy questions. And there was conversation. He was talking about the future of the project. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, you know what, guys, I got to go. I'll see you guys in the next one. Just ended the space without letting us say goodbye. And it was literally within minutes of that space that he wrote. So it's like what he said was bullshit because he was like just talking about the future of the project and then rugged minutes later. So it was total coward move. But it's surprising because I look on my wallet right now, I didn't sell the coin, but it's up 174%. There's people still buying it, but I don't support them at all. I don't recommend anyone touching that coin. But
Chop took a hit too. Because I was in Chop and Chop took a hit too. But from what I heard, that was just like bad KOLs effed over Chop.
They got fucked over on their liquidity pool by a partner that they were working with, and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Who we got up
it was
next?
a disagreement.
What's the next good project we got coming up?
There's
yeah.
Sui Booster. Right. There's I don't know.
I want to hear from Sui Booster or Lifeguard. I haven't heard from Lifeguard in a little minute.
Whoever's is that Sui Builders?
We got Boom in the chat as well, but I would love to hear from Lifeguard. I haven't heard and talked to him in a minute.
He always has good vibes.
We can always come back to Lifeguard as well if he's in the middle of something.
What's good, guys? How you doing?
Oh, there you go. There you are.
I like Lifeguard. I talked to him once. He's cool.
Lifeguard.
Thanks, Blazer, for coming up, buddy. I like that. That was some good insights.
Anything you want to put on the Jumbotron? I like that art you had of like the realistic Lifeguard looking thing. That's really cool.
Thanks, man. I mean, some of our art is actually like real lifeguards from our agency that I kind of remix a little bit. But yeah, it's been good. We've had the airdrop was going on for the NFT with the rescue token. So that was pretty cool. I'd been seeing all the other projects get their turn. And I was like, oh, like, when is it going to be our turn? Like we want to get that airdrop. Like we want to get that good energy going. But yeah, it's been good.
You mean the access pass, this accelerator access pass?
Yeah, the NFT that gives you the token airdrops.
Yeah, that's the one. Right on. Yeah, Paste has been dropping those constantly. It's like Christmas. Every week there's something new. And the good thing is they're coins that are likely to increase in value because they're people that we, some of them we believe in massively. Some of them we've at least checked in thoroughly. So,
Lifeguard, you got recently verified on Slush Wallet. Is that right?
That's true. That's correct, my man.
That's really cool. Imagine getting a verified Slush Wallet token at a good low market cap. That's huge. The other cool thing is your FlowX pairings and stakings and farmings. Can you speak on that real quick?
For sure. We've been very strategic in how we deploy our liquidity because our mission, our vision, our purpose, I want it to be very clear and like apparent. Like, I think regardless of whatever it is you're going to hold, like you should be able to look at that token name. You should be able to look at that PFP and you should be able to know what's the mission and the vision for that project. And it shouldn't be something that you have to think too hard about it. So we're trying to give additional financial opportunities, you know, to blue collar workers in the EMS industry, because a lot of people are leaving the industry. So part of that means building a DeFi infrastructure. We're really trying to work with lending protocols, borrowing and lending protocols, as well as, you know, BTC products, you know, that are available on Sui now. And that's kind of our mission, you know, is just to get people to build up some strong liquidity and key assets on Sui. You know, mostly things like Deep and Walrus and wrapped Bitcoin, and just strong pairs like that that are going to hold value over time. And yeah, that's kind of what we've been cooking up. We've been also focused on something. I've been calling it First on Scene. It's like an initiative I have to educate ordinary people who are like bystanders who witness an emergency, right? And like how to respond in those situations.
Yes. That's the kind of thing people stand behind. And I still think you should do some IRL stuff on your job, bro. People would love that. Like just like what you do in lifeguards and their, you know, what they go through. Because from what you said, it's a lot more of a serious job than people think it is, like from watching movies. Like it's a legit, almost military style, like kind of thing, you know, from what you said in the past. You know, I don't forget almost anything people talk about. And I remember you telling me, but it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, the ocean rescue industry has just evolved a lot, you know, just as like the fire department has evolved a lot, and now like a major part of, you know, like we're medical responders. Like we have a degree of like skills and documentation and assessment, and like, you know, so it's like you need to be like very competent in many different areas. Like you need to be able to pull a trailer and park a trailer. You need to be able to deploy a jet ski. You need to be able to operate a jet ski. You need to be able to like execute water rescues. You need to be able to swim. You need to be able to run. You need to be able to pull. You need to be able to carry. You need to be able to do like many different tasks as an operator. And once you're kind of in the position that I am, it's like focus more on education. It's like, how are you going to get these people to respond in the case of an emergency? You know, how are the communications going to go? How are you going to request for resources? What do you have your priorities straight? Right? These are all things where it's like, we're trying to challenge these people to become these kind of operators that we need in these situations.
Nice.
Yeah, triage, and then having people be financially aware as well, and have them being able to stake their rescue tokens and get like Navi protocol or Walrus stuff on FlowX. If anyone hasn't gone to FlowX, it's such a cool, easy to use, great little swap. I like it. The routing just seems to always work. When Sudex got hacked, FlowX was just banging, and then Rescue, he's got some of the only like pools going on there right now, so it's going to be a huge one.
Yeah, I'm seeing the space. There's a lot of people here that are going to be speaking, so you know this might be a big one. So you know, maybe, you know, if everyone could keep it kind of brief. We want to know enough about your project for sure, but there's definitely a lot of people that are here now that want to speak, that haven't gotten a chance to speak about their project. And Lifeguard,
Wise,
on the jumbotron.
I've got some good news for you. We've got 125 people from YouTube or from StreamYard as well, additional to who's already in here. So we're almost up to 200 people watching. That's pretty good.
Nice. Yeah, I knew that was a good project. The program. I still have that on my phone too, but
yeah. So for example, while Lifeguard was talking, I was showing off his X page, and you know your links to where your website or your on your X you have your dev account, rescue token, and you know just so when people are watching, they can also get visual representation of the projects. So as we continue through different projects, we'll be bringing up your socials and things so that people can watch that as well. It's on YouTube, also streaming on my X account, and we're also on Sui Trump X account as well. video, and then we're here in the spaces as well. We're fucking everywhere, guys.
Yes,
Take
we
it
are.
over.
Yeah, so you guys just joining, we are live on video on X and on YouTube. So, you know, it's a full interactive experience. I did share the X link on the Jumbotron. So you can actually see that. You'll be able to see the space and a video of someone else looking at the space pulling up projects. Pretty cool. Or you could go to YouTube, but whatever you prefer. And yeah, that's awesome. I'm gonna use get in more to that too, because I want to stream on Kick as well, because I've had an account on there for a while. So Lifeguard, make sure you put something on the Jumbotron. If you have anything to share, you know, you're more than welcome. And you know, I don't know if Mr. Crypto's there for Sui Booster. You know, he was here early. If he wants to speak, if he's not ready.
No, I'm here, bro. Just supporting you guys.
Well, yeah. What's the latest? I'm really interested in that NFT raffle site. You know, are you still banging through the details on that, or is it close? Because that's going to be popular.
Yeah, it's close, bro. Yeah, it's very close. But as you know, you have to cross your T's and dot your I's. Right? Or is it the other way around? I don't even know.
Hey, you know,
But all I know is that
I recorded that.
we're taking our time to.
I recorded that live space
Go
you
ahead.
had on video where you were talking about it. I was going to see if, like, would you care if I posted that to TikTok?
No, not at all, bro. Go for it.
Yeah, because I'm starting to just like record everything now, just for record, and it's been helping out a lot, because you showed some functionality on there. You showed some cool things. You know, and I got the recording of talking to Warden King Crab Dev down there. That was cool. And I recorded the Fart Coin video chat in his Telegram. But it's like 2 a.m. where he is, so we're gonna do one on Saturday for that coin. And let's see. I know Sui Kingfish, but there's still a listener. You know, we were waiting to hear from you for sure. And Tada, I believe you're representing Killa, because Jade it's very late for him too. And then Olo the Croc, you know, we definitely would love to hear from you. Let's see, who's it?
Sui Booster's awesome. They got the Sui Booster NFT DAO. Go get it. You get a weekly payout. Any project that's looking to add volume, if you're a project and you're trying to apply for a CoinGecko or a Slush Wallet verification and you need that volume, you want to use the Sui Booster website, and they can add organic volume. You load it up and it trades for you, adds volume, and then it burns the token. So it's a good way to help your project and add volume to your project.
Yeah, you know what I do with I got Sui Booster DAO NFTs. What I do is I take the weekly payout and then I go to Moonbags and then I stake the Sui Booster token in Moonbags to then get rewards in Sui later on. So I'm basically just compounding everything that the Sui Booster DAO gives me.
That's why everyone needs to subscribe to the Crypto Mischief YouTube channel. Is Richie will find the way to take any system that's available and maximize the profit out of it, like a genius level stuff, like some of the things you were doing with the MSS and the loans, and like it was like mad scientists, like rocket scientist level stuff, and you're like proving that it works. So yeah, you should definitely check out Crypto Mischief YouTube. You want to maximize, get some really good skills on how to actually invest, you know, with very low risk. Most of the stuff you're doing, you know, with staking.
Yeah, it's so simple though, because you buy the Sui Booster NFTs on Trade4, then they just pay you out the Sui Booster token every week, and it will just land in your wallet. You don't have to do anything. So when check in every week or so into your wallet, say, do I have any more Sui Booster token? Take the Boost token and then just stake it into Moonbags. When you stake it in Moonbags, then you earn Sui coin from the fees of people trading back and forth. inside of their pool. I think I'm in the Cetus pool. I don't know if there's another pool for any other places, but that's where I'm at the moment. There's 306 Sui worth of tokens staked in this, which is not huge, which means that quickly you can actually start to get a pretty good percentage of the pool. And it's just extra money. And to be honest, like the Sui booster, the boost token, with everything that they have, the market cap is way too low. And I think it's definitely primed for whenever Sui starts moving to go into millions of dollars of market cap. And then at that point, you can just unstake your boost token and take your profit, or don't take it all out, just keep earning the fees. It's great. It's a really nice ecosystem, and it's built on functional products. So it's real yield from a real product. So it's just like being a share owner in a business. It's fantastic.
And yeah, I got to give my props to Mr. Crypto, because out of everybody here besides Richie, I've known him longer than anyone. He was on the very first base I was on. He's been building bots. He had the Bob bot. He had, he's just building. He's live streaming. He shows his face, and he streams to Twitch, Kick, YouTube, X. That's awesome. And the Discord, I found out, has a lot of benefits too. There's like alpha rooms where he's investing in coins, sharing alpha. There's a lot going on there. So I appreciate that. And Mr. Crypto is doing a great job with that. And he's behind.
He's a strong coder, strong builder. He's top G.
Es mi compa, habla español también.
He's a pinche jefe, is what he is.
Hopefully you can join our hackathon then. That'd be great. If he's code capable, that'd be fantastic. I really want as many developers as possible checking out what we're about to launch.
Yeah, and
there's prizes.
He definitely knows people that can help that too. Yeah, because you can win money. I don't know if you were here, but there's $5,000 in prize money for anyone that participates and is qualified to participate in the hackathon to try and find any vulnerabilities in the Sui farm and the SuiDex.
Yeah, or create, secure and create. That's the theme. It's the theme of the day, theme of the week.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So depending on if you want to hack it or you want to try build on it, then you can just essentially play around with our code, and we will choose the best ones from a pool of $5,000, which we're going to be awarding to developers on Sui. Can't wait to get it going. I really can.
That's gonna be pretty awesome, brother. Yeah, definitely. One other thing I wanted to mention, since you guys were talking about the Sui booster, we have bought 6,500 worth of tokens since we launched, and we have distributed them all to the DAO holders. So I guess we're only a month old. $6,000 is not bad, and not a lot of decent volume. So I can't wait till we see some major volume come through Sui. Then those payouts are going to be very, very juicy. And if you want the alpha, get a DAO NFT. That is going to be your key to everything. Because remember, the more applications and platforms we develop, there's going to come perks to those as well. So keep that in mind.
What is the current mint price, and what's the floor price on resale?
The floor price on the NFT right now is 37, and the mint price is 30. Well, it's 35, but Tradeport is charging fees, so about 36.
Yeah.
Is it 1,000 max supply, right?
That is correct.
Wow, I almost minted out. I've got 3 so far. I sent Wise Degen one of them, and I'm planning to get more. I want about 10 to 20. That's my aim for the Sui Booster DAO NFTs. I think. Yeah, it's a good number to have.
You can send as many as you want my way. If I'll definitely.
Sure, man.
Yeah, it's a good deal. For Sui builders is here. I'm part of that. Pace isn't too local, but there are still some of the accelerator access pass. And what I was really pleased to see about Sui Booster is like what they're doing with the bots and stuff, and they have their own coin. It's like completely separate than what accelerator, previous accelerator, they suspended our account, but now Sui builders, the airdrops have not stopped. And if you wanted to sell your coins at the highest value after the airdrop, you've already ROI'd the cost is only 25 Sui, and they're going to continue to keep dropping. And there's still like 200 or something left. I don't remember exactly. I don't know if Paste is there still. If he is.
Yeah, there's about 297 left.
Yeah, and 25 Sui, and it's that's how Tradeport is. So like when things are low, when price is low, you're getting a good deal because they charge per Sui, not per. It's not a dollar amount equivalent. So, and we have Tada is representing, I believe, Killa, because Jay told me he's the artist of the NFTs they have, and Killa is one of the Sui builders / accelerator partners. So I'd love to hear from Tada if he's available, or she. I'm not Mr. Tada. I'm sure it's a guy I haven't talked to before. If you want to speak about Killa or the NFTs, you can say what's up. You request to speak. Whoa, somebody pressed the mute button. Yeah, so I don't know how that happened. Everyone is muted. Jeez. So yeah, Tada, you can unmute if you were trying to before.
Okay, got it now. Yeah, thanks for the invite. I'm a dude, by the way. Yeah, I want to say just that like thing about finding things. Didn't Jade find some error in the Soish wallet? I don't
In
know
the
how to say that.
social, yeah, he is a genius with Move. Like he doxed me in February. He sent me a message and said, "Hey, I'm a Move programmer from Nigeria." Before I knew how popular it was in that country, and I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Write my screen name on a piece of paper and hold it up in your hand to the camera, and say it." And he did it in like 10 seconds immediately. And then he sent me videos of him giving presentations about Sui and about Sui Move, teaching people about Move, showing me white papers on security protocol programs. I'm like, Jade, you should be like more proud of yourself. And he's almost embarrassed to talk because of he feels like where he's from is he's going to be embarrassed. But I'm like, no, people want to see that. People want to see, people doing good things. They're going to support that. So, I'm really helping him as much as I can. So I'm glad you're here to speak on behalf of Killa, and that you're more willing to speak. We'd love to hear more about it.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not so good on the technical side. Jade is more on the technical side. Actually, I don't think Jade sleeps much. He basically just takes naps, right?
That's the new
So he
dev
takes naps.
curse. When you're a new dev, you don't sleep, and that's why I haven't done any coins myself. I like promoting rather than being the dev. But yeah, you're still on the team. You're the artist of the NFTs he's making that are pretty cool.
Yeah. People are attracted to the NFTs now. At the start, we were like, oh, maybe they won't be that good, and then people are starting to look into it and liking the art and stuff, and we're getting a lot of attention recently, so it's quite good. We're gaining hype.
They made a Trump one, a Trump Killa will. Ta-da! If you could put that on the jumbotron, it'd be so awesome.
How do I put stuff on the jumbotron? Where's that thing?
Well, if you post it on your profile, just make a post.
So okay, let me grab my
recent post and then I can put it for you. Yeah, because I told Jade, I'm like, I want that one. You got to get that one for me.
Okay, give me a second. I'll get it up there because I have to find it back.
Yeah, no problem.
You guys can talk while I'm finding it if you want, and I'll
So what Killa was affected by the Sudex incident, right? It had launched before, and then it got affected by the Sudex incident, and then now it is safe and back with a bang. And we got good Jade, who's a top Move developer, like a top tier coder. He's heading up the program, and he's got some cool bros like you supporting him. And now it's back, and it's functioning, and it's doing pretty good.
I totally believe in Jade too. Like that was in February when he doxed me, and he's been grinding ever since. So Tadal, what's
Okay.
been the experience? You know, you're in the Telegram. I believe the market cap was up to like 40,000 or more recently.
Yeah, I think like just before the Suidex thing, it was like 50, 60K, maybe 70. I'm not sure. I forgot now. But recently, I think 30, 40K, almost 50 maybe.
Yeah, and I've been telling them, like, you know, I have delegated access to the Moonbags X page, and the owners tell me, like, I want more spaces. I want more spaces, you know, get people on there. So I'm trying to get him prepared. So, you know, it'd be great for you and him to go on together so you can help him, you know, talk about the project and give him confidence of having his buddy there with him. Because I definitely want to do another space. I want to have probably King Crab and maybe it's so hard for me to remember the name because I've been working with toilet dust for so long. I always want to say the toilet dust, but it's Fartcoin.
Fartcoin.
They're not here right now, but I did just do a VC with them like an hour ago. So, but it's 2 a.m. for him right now. But we're gonna do one on Saturday, he said. And then
Yeah,
Hey, Wise, you know, I did say Fartcoin. I would say a few good words for him if, you know, that's all right.
Yeah, you should do it again because there's a lot more people here.
Yeah, so I just want to say, you know, like for Fartcoin, honestly, it's just as like a common like goal. Like we're all in Sui, right? We were in VC earlier in Fartcoin, and you know, it's Fartcoin on Sui, right? You got to remember that the base Fartcoin went to 30 million. I think it's still sitting around 30 million. It went higher than that, and then you got the Soul Fartcoin that went to almost $1 billion, right? So we needed a Fartcoin on Sui, and so they did it. And for all intents and purposes, Saturday, you know, Wise is going to verify them, but I mean, they are 100% so far legit. I mean, you got some great people in there, and I think, you know, the people involved in the team sound 100% dedicated to doing it. They're going to make the coin just like what it was on base, right? They're hoping to hit millions, and, you know, I think they can do it. So just throwing them some good vibes, man.
Yeah, just so you guys know, the TikTok is finally ready, just like I have the one for King Crab. So that VC that I had with Fartcoin, that's going to be on the Jumbotron here in just a second. Oh no, I got to do it.
Can I
yeah, go ahead.
Talk about Fartcoin too? Okay, so
Sure.
well, it's kind of about Moonbags as well.
Awesome, even better.
This is the reason why I'm staked in other coins. Okay. I got lucky. I put $27 into Fartcoin when it was like 9K. That thing ran in less than 24 hours. That thing ran almost 200K. And granted, you know, like a lot of coins, people buy the hype and then it goes down. They find the new floor and it's starting to crawl back up. With all that movement, I don't even know how much I've made just from the movement of Fartcoin on Sui. So it's beautiful. They're moving back up again. You know, they just ate a dip right now and they're sitting at 64K, a little over 64 and a half. So this is the reason why I'm in Moonbags right now. This is the reason why I staked in Moonbags, built on Moonbags, because just because you're a dev or, you know, just an investor, you can stake in other coins and use that to your advantage, use that to your own coin's advantage. So it's not just you versus everybody. When you work together, it's a lot better than competing together or competing against each other. So it's Moonbags is a one-stop shop, and it's a beautiful, beautiful platform for a dev, an investor, and everything. So shout out to Moonbags.
So that's so awesome to hear. They're gonna be really happy about this. They're probably gonna tell me, why didn't you do it on the Moonbag space? I'm like, you know, I've been doing this every Thursday for like 4 months. But definitely going to be having a lot more spaces on Moonbags, and eventually even Readiness once we get some like really killer projects, like maybe once the farm is live. Yannick Myson for Swarm Network, they just merged with Talus. I'm super stoked for that because I love AI, and Swarm Network has the big powerhouse, big money behind it, but they're not really involved in the core community like in this demographic. Where Talus, they do have very big integration in the community. They have a really popular Telegram, or not Telegram, but Discord. And Swarm Network doesn't even have Discord. So that collaboration in adding that power to Swarm Network, which is built on Sui, it's always started on Sui, been on Sui. They even have a program where you can verify the truth of any post on X, and you can actually get paid for it. You can mint tokens by using their truth verification, and all you have to do is tag @RollUpNews and then put rollup in the post, and you'll get a reply back from their truth verification system, which is very complex. Like they were given a grant from Google from the start, and now they're Google's official fact-checking project officially. So they're a big deal. And Richie did the best AMA with him way back in the day. We had him on Sui Accelerator, Sui Builders recently, and even though it's not on X, it's still on Richie's channel. Yannick Myson, he's a G. He's doing it to give back to the people as well. That's one thing he said in this interview, that he's already successful, but he wants to leave a legacy. And nothing I love more than Sui and AI. King Crab, you have your hand up to speak, or is it just accidental? More to say. You got your hand up, but I'm not sure if it's. I know it happens by accident.
That's my bad. When I spoke, it didn't drop down.
Yeah, I do that all the time when I'm trying to throw up 100s. I accidentally put my hand up. Like, dang it.
So we're live on Kick now as well. I just opened a Kick account, so now we're on Kick.
You're cooking live and opening Kick accounts and streaming? Awesome.
Yeah. Now we're on YouTube, X, SuiDex X, Crypto Mischief X, and Crypto Mischief Kick. I already know what Kick is, but we started now. We got a comment from some guy.
Okay, so Kick is like the better Twitch, because Twitch has a bunch of rules, and it's like they take like 80% from their creators, whereas Kick, they give 80% to their creators, and they're a lot more lenient. I mean, it goes as far as there's literally people doing streams of rug pulls on Solana. Like, that's how crazy they are. But I've streamed on there, me playing like poker on stake.com. And the very first time I streamed, I was just doing it as a test, and I got like 50 followers the very first time. So I'm interested to get back into that, doing these spaces. I think they'll be popular on there. I've never seen anything like it before. Streaming spaces. There's people streaming them doing trades, but not X live spaces. I think that'll be a very good niche.
Who we got up next? I pulled little shits up.
There's Olo the Croc. I'd really love to hear from Sui King Fish. There's a lot of people asking me about that project. But I think it was maybe a language barrier, they said. So maybe he needs someone to help him on another space, but he's here. A lot of said good things about his project. But Olo the Croc.
Pregúntame, porfa.
If it's Spanish, he's good. We can do it right now. But Olo the Croc is here. He's a speaker. Are you there? Are you ready to speak? We'd love to hear from you.
Hey guys, yeah, no, I'm ready to speak.
Go for it. So you're one of the partners with Sui Builders, Accelerator Access Pass people.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would love to hear, how did you get into Sui? How long have you been in crypto? What's your history? What's your plans? How do you like you launched? Did you launch from Moonbags? I don't.
We're 100% launching with Moonbags. We're just growing and just making sure the timing's right, and we have everything ready to go. We're just not trying to rush it.
You haven't launched a coin yet. That's
nope, not yet.
Super bullish. Oh, man.
Oh, alpha. Okay, everybody, let's listen up.
Yeah, so I am the creator of Olo the Croc. I've been in crypto for a little over a year now. I've been in Sui for, I'd say, 6-7 months in the community. I've been holding before, and then I decided to dip my toes in, started looking on X, seeing projects, and just sort of fell in love with the community. And yeah, I started dabbling in meme coins and just making connections, talking to people, making friends. And it sort of just got me onto actually wanting to, build within the community, seeing a bunch of these cool projects start. And yeah, it just sort of clicked to we're creating a first meme coin driven NFT marketplace with a vault with NFT staking rewards. The plan right now is to launch, and then my dev, who is a customer of mine, I do audio video, and we're pretty much just making some kind of deal to where I'm doing a lot of labor for his work. So everything's going to be out of pocket. And yeah, we're going to launch, and then my dev is going to start working on the vault first, just because we think that will really be something that the community can use, a vault with NFT staking. Right now, we're going to work on, making partnerships and doing integration into, other people's websites, or if they want to, have their NFT into our website. And what else was going to say?
Well, I just have to say, like, before committing to like paying for anything, just check with Sui Builders and me and Mobster Paste. There's a lot of stuff that we can do for you for free. Like, this is part of what we do to support.
Yeah, no, so, for sure. That's my dev has been a software engineer for Intel and Microsoft for over 15 years. He's got a little bit of knowledge in crypto and smart contracts and stuff like that. But yeah,
what I can help you with is like social network presence. Like, you need a subreddit, a TikTok, a YouTube, a Kick, or whatever, all over the place. I don't charge anything for it. I do it to help out, to grow the network and the real ones. So,
well, I love it. Yeah, that's the major thing for me for the vault is I see a lot of projects with NFTs, and they drop their NFT, and then they're still building, and it's people are patient in crypto, and there's also ones that are very impatient.
What? You have not played Solana, have you?
I lasted 1 week on Pump Fun.
Okay, yeah. See, that's why you think they're patient, because they're not.
No, but yeah, that's the main reason for the vault. I mean, there's going to be staking rewards and things like that. But yeah, just projects that are building, with NFTs and different things like that. And we think the vault will be able to create loyal holders with NFTs if they're getting rewards, and then that gives the projects also time to build, and keep those NFTs in holders' wallets instead of getting completely placed back on the marketplace.
Right on. I mean, the only suggestion I have for you, like what most people tell me, is take your time. Doing things hastily is never the best. Make sure you get different opinions, ask the community, like, see what's needed, and you're doing the right thing. That you haven't even launched anything yet, but you're already building a community and a voice for yourself. So that's a really good way to do it.
Yeah, that's sort of why I have been trying to get into spaces, talk to people, become get friendships with other projects. Like me and King Crab have been getting pretty close. He's been helping me out. Sui Builders, you've been helping me out. So I mean, the community has been great, and it just makes me want to just keep building and trying to create this vault to where other NFT projects can either integrate it into their website or just use ours. you know, we're still early at.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's like 5 or 6 projects now talking about King Crab helping them out. I mean, what a guy.
Oh yeah.
I'm super pumped for that.
Yeah, no, he's been a great help. You know, he's, you know, getting me into spaces, bringing me up, making me talk, just to get me, you know, familiar with you guys, and you know, you just a little bit more, you know, easy to talk in spaces, which has been nice.
Yeah, I try and make people as comfortable as possible. You're welcome here, even if you're nervous. It doesn't matter. Everyone's nervous. You know, you'll get through it. Just, you know, even I was, and I'm just an AI from San Francisco, so it's weird that I had a problem at first, but it's, you know, you get through it. It gets easier. And anything else you wanted to let us know?
Yeah. So right now we do have a giveaway going on, and we
You
will
put
be
that on the Jumbotron if you know how.
Let me see.
You just post it, and then when you share it, there'll be an option to post space, the up arrow. But
gotcha.
If you make it as your most recent post, I can put it up there for you.
Gotcha. Yeah, it is on my most recent post.
Okay.
It's a retag or repost.
I got you, brother.
Thank you, man.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, I just yeah, we have a website. We have a full tokenomics white paper and roadmap. We're locking up 30, 40, like 80 million. So we're locking up 30 million for 8 months. And then we're locking up, I believe, 35 for 6, and then another 30 for 3 months. And the reason for that is I'm a very transparent person, and I just want everyone to know, like, you know, I'm here to build. I'm not here to, you know, do anything else. I'm here to build, and most of it's going to be coming out of my own pocket. So, but yeah, if you guys want to check out the tokenomics, the white paper, the roadmap, and yeah.
Awesome, bro.
Cool. So it's an NFT vault, and then also going to be a token. And I can go to your website, and you have the white paper up already because you thought ahead, and you're good at planning and executing.
Yes, sir. So yeah, that's right now. We think our biggest asset is going to be the NFT vault. So pretty much everything is going to be time-wise invested into building and creating that right now.
Awesome. Thank you for coming up and sharing.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
And I see we have Lil Shit's always fun to hear from him.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me up. Just want to hop in and say what's up, drop a quick update on the project, if that's all right.
Of course.
Yeah, do it. I want to get some Little Shits NFTs, and I want to lock them in the vault with Olo the Croc.
So if it's cool, I'm gonna while I'm speaking, or I'm gonna throw a couple posts up on a Jumbo real quick, and you guys can kind of follow along with what I'm talking about. While I'm talking about
Richie's live on all those things, so people will be able to. People could go to his YouTube channel right now and watch it, and plus it's going to be recorded for replay. So you can talk about it as if people were looking at it, because they'll be able to do that after the fact even.
Yeah, so that's very cool. Richie's streaming on everything. I had a buddy that talking about Twitch. He was like one of the #1 streamers on Twitch. I forget the numbers, but it was insane. He's in a band.
We're on the better ones, YouTube and Kick and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So, right. All right. So I'm throwing these. So I'm throwing a project introduction up there. So while I'm throwing it up there, this is our project introduction. I'll just go ahead and read this to make it easy, so I'm not bouncing around. So we're an NFT project being built on Sui. Art is inspired from interactions with kids who aren't behaving as well as their parents would like, being little shits. I got a 6-year-old boy, 16-year-old boy, 6-year-old nephew. I mean, they're good kids, of course, but if you have kids this age, especially fearless boys with balls of steel, they get into some shit. So the collection is being developed as collectible PFPs on trading cards that play in our strategy game, like a trading card strategy game. There's 3 volumes of the mint, V1, V2, V3. They'll drop at separate times. Each volume contains 10 original characters. So I'm going to throw a progress pic of one of our characters up on the jumbo here in a second. You can see one of his name's Graffiti Gavin. So he's a little shit, about 13 years old, lives with his mom in downtown Chicago. When she's at work, he sneaks out and tags everything in sight with his infamous GG for Graffiti Gavin. So a little brief introduction to him. They all have varying levels of rarity. So we have silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. All the diamonds are one-of-ones. So there'll be 10 one-of-ones in each volume. And whoever mints the one-of-ones, we're shipping an IRL trading card to, and we're looking into getting it graded by CGC. Most likely the card will come graded like as if you had a Topps sports card, you know, as with any collectible. We're focusing on the collectible aspect first and foremost. NFTs, let me see here. Yeah, I just said that on my own. All right. So we aim to incorporate an optional gambling feature in our game where the shits coin operates as the currency wagered. So it's funny you bring up Jade. Jade actually reached out to us today. Wants to get on board with the project. We're looking into possibly bringing him on the game dev team. So we have a call scheduled with Jade, which is awesome. Super bullish on Jade. Shout out Jade. So the shits coin, it'll be a PvP game. You put up your trading deck, your deck of cards against another player, and you play the game. If you choose, you can wager any amount of the shits coin, and winner takes all. Okay, but there will, out of what you wager, like we're thinking around like 3 to 5% will be the fee for using the platform, but the fee will be half of it will go to our NFT holders. It's a way to reward our NFT holders. And then half of it will be burned, adding value to the coin. Another way to reward our coin holders and our NFT holders in the same, killing two birds with one stone, basically. Okay, so currently we're focused on finding our shits family and finishing up with editing our NFTs. Team's been working on a ton of the graphic design elements. Most of the art has been drawn up. We're basically piecing it together. We aim to launch the volume 1 mint in about 4 to 5 weeks. Post says 4 to 6, but we're looking at 4 to 5 now. NFT holders will have early access to gameplay, therefore providing our team with valuable beta testing. So if you hold an NFT, you'll be able to participate in the game before it's publicly available. It's always going to be an NFT gated game, so you'll need the NFT to play the game. But you're going to have early access, basically.
And so far, you haven't launched yet. You're still in the planning phase and making sure it's all going correct. And
no product has launched yet. Our first product will be the volume 1 mint coming in about 4 to 5 weeks. Be aware, someone launched a coin on Moonbags.io with our logo, calling it the shits coin. And that is not us. This is our official X page. All announcements will come from this page or our official TG, which I'm going to share a link up top. And bringing up the TG, you can join our TG for a chance to win chance to snag OG status, an OG role. So you raid posts from our TG, and currently it's the top 4 on the leaderboard. But for every 100 members we grow, we're going to add another one. So once we reach 700 members in our TG, the entire leaderboard at the time of the volume 1 mint will have OG status, and they'll be whitelisted as an OG, which comes with 1 free mint and roughly a 50% discount, 40 to 50% discount. So huge, OG whitelist is huge. We're not giving out a shit ton of those, just a few here and there. So hop on that if you guys are on Telegram.
Well, I suggest that you make a link tree, is what it's called. You could put all these links in one page and then just post your link tree, because sometimes X can not like Telegram links. I know they are allowed. I see them a lot, but I think it's a good idea to get a link tree. They do have a free version. So you just have one link, and then when they go there, it has spaces to put links to all your other pages right there.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's very cool. And that would be awesome to incorporate. I agree. I just shared the TG post to the Jumbo. It describes climbing the shits leaderboard and how to stack shits points by rating posts in the TG. Right now, I'm sharing a progress pic of Graffiti Gavin's 101 Diamond NFT. So if you look at it up top, he'll have there'll be his character's name at the bottom, and then there'll be an offensive trait in the bottom left corner that functions in the game, and a defensive trait in the bottom right corner that functions in the game.
And guys,
And
make sure to also post what you're putting on the Jumbotron in the comments of this thread, because on playback, the links don't stay visible forever on the Jumbotron. So it's best to put them in the comments, like underneath where I posted about what we're talking about here. You know, post stuff on that thread too, so it has a permanent spot, because the Jumbotron doesn't last forever.
yeah, and I typically do that, especially on like chill and fill spaces. I try not to push our project too hard. Like a lot of spaces, I just jump in and say hey because I recognize all the guys.
This is what we're here for, you know.
Yeah, yep.
This is all do your own research. This isn't me promoting anything except, you know, my rock solid homies.
Except rock solid little shits. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, everyone should follow Little Shits. He does cool giveaways on his X account all the time too. So everyone should follow him. And he's always doing like cross promos. He's done shock giveaways. He's always grinding and working and doing cool giveaways that people can win. So definitely everyone should follow Little Shits, his X account.
Yeah, Donnie, thank you. I just threw a giveaway up at the top. We literally are running giveaways. We do them every 72 hours. We pick winners, but up until the time of our mint, we have giveaways planned to run continuously. So if you're into giveaways, turn on notifications. Every 3 days, you'll get a notification for a giveaway. And like the giveaway we got now is cool. It's not just all whitelist. Like we're giving out NFTs. So the collection we're gifting, it's 5 Taj Maru NFTs. The poopy background, the poopy guy. If you guys have seen him, anybody on Sui, I'm sure has. And his collection is actually, I believe it's fully minted out from Tradeport. There's none available. And there's not a whole lot of holders, honestly. One of our ambassadors minted a ton of the collection because he super believes this guy's going to be the next huge artist on Sui and possibly bigger than that. So yeah, we're doing some cool giveaways, man. And yeah, we had our shot giveaway. Shout out to Richie as always, man. Congrats on the investing round for SuiDex. I'm so bullish on SuiDex, man.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for building that. Like can't wait for the next big decks on Sui. You know, there's been problems with some of the ones. You know, I was part of the other space where you guys were talking about your security audits and all that, which is huge to me. And yeah, just the way you set it up as far as like not giving people on the project their payment all up front, you know, kind of locking their incentives and things of that nature. Yeah, awesome ideas. Oh, here's some alpha and Dejan. So I know Dejan, you're definitely, you know, you're obviously a huge part of Sui Builders, like co-founder type founder deal. So we've been talking. We always talk to Paste or Meme Coin Mobster though. Yeah. Usually Meme Coin Mobster, but we discussed partnering with Sui Builders / Sui Accelerator. We've been discussing it for about a month now. And I keep telling them we basically agreed on it, but I keep saying, you know, let's wait a little bit closer until we get to our whitelist phase to make the announcement. So if it's okay, here's the alpha. I haven't said this to no one. We are 100% ready to partner with Sui Builders. We finalized whitelist. We finalized the whitelisting process literally today, and whitelist will be doing giveaways for our mint here in about a week or so, and we're going to start getting our whitelist out to everybody. So if you're a Sui NFT accelerator holder from Sui Builders, you're getting whitelisted for little shits. And let me say, the whitelist comes with a 40 to 50% discount that phase. So it's huge, man. You know, you'll get the chance to mint.
Benefits never end. Yeah, and definitely about the, you know, logistics about that. That's definitely Pace and Mobster. I fully trust what they're doing, and you know, because I'm doing like so many other things, and I host spaces for people. But Paste is great with he has the relationship with Tradeport and doing the drops. He just put up a a Google sheet of all the airdrops that have happened. Mobster and Red have been doing spaces constantly, like putting people in the hot seat, like making sure they're legit. So I'm really proud and happy with Paste and Mobster and people.
Yeah, those guys. Sorry, Wise. Go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, because it sucks. We did lose our accelerator X page, but we didn't stop. The airdrops never stopped. The Discord's still there. People have already ROI'd, and there's continuing to be airdrops. Some of the best ones haven't even happened yet, and it's a moving process too.
That happens with X pages, man. We lost our first account page, and we've just like you guys, we came back bigger and better. So it happens. Just another hurdle to overcome. Last shout outs real quick. Sui Booster was up earlier. I was in a chat with Sui Booster last night, and this is big for the Sui Accelerator count or anybody looking to whitelist or airdrop tokens. Sui Booster has a brand new tool. They haven't even talked about it much yet, where it's free too. You can take a snapshot of all of an NFT or a coin's holders.
Yes.
Which, I mean, you could do that on Sui Vision, that type of stuff. You can get it, but this puts it in a CSV file.
And it's also free. It's totally free to use.
Yep. So I wanted to put that out there for any projects looking to whitelist any holders. That's huge, man. You're going to need that. Shout out. I see Grid over there with the Ballsy PFP. I talked to Troll quite a bit. I don't know if I've met Grid. Sui King Fish, we were talking earlier today. Jarg, we hung out last night. It's literally like everybody at the top of the space I've literally hung out with in the last couple of days. Scotty Trades, he's from our TV.
We're building the empire of the good guys, trying to make an empire of good projects that can all support each other in good ways. And that's how we dominate. And
so I'm good.
Yes. Player one. So all of us here now, we're early still, way early.
I agree, brother. And there's a ton of solid builders in this room. I don't know how many people are requesting. I'm going to get off here. I've yapped enough. But if Goofy requests and would like to come up, I don't know if he has it queued up or not, but he just put together our Little Shits theme song. So it would be cool if he could play just a couple seconds of that. And it's cool because we're making real life connections.
Send me the paragraphs of it and what you want it to be. I can make that real quick. That's one of the things I'm best at. Making
It's already made, brother, but I appreciate that. If you want to throw something together,
I want to make my version. I want to make a gangster rap version, because that's what I do. I'm from West Oakland.
This one's like a hip hop vibe, but so what do you need? Lyrics? Is that what you need to make it? Just lyrics?
Just like a description of the project, or you could give me the lyrics to the other song, and I can just getify it. The AI can do anything.
I wonder if you could just take my link for my X page, upload it to the AI you fine tune that you do your deep dives with, and ask it to evaluate the X page and make the song all on its own. Is that possible, you think?
I've literally highlighted the most random stuff from a project and dumped it into my custom GPT, and it came up with a song that made sense out of just...
Yeah, brother, do that. Literally.
Details. It's insane.
If you want to do that, that'd be super cool, man. And, everybody in here like that I'm cool with, like Wise and Richie. I'm whitelisting everybody that I hang out with in spaces. King Crab, like, you don't have to participate, no giveaway, nothing like that. We're just going to throw you a OG whitelist, dude. So yeah, man. And that's, we're not trying to get rich here, man. We got a cool game coming. And our big thing is IRL products. So upon a successful Volume 3 mint, we plan to publicly launch IRL trading cards. Like, it's cool. We got the game on the phone and the PC coming where you can, battle people one-on-one and form like a connection that way. But we want to see families like hanging out with their little shits, sitting around the dinner table after dinner and playing the trading card game. Like how everybody gathers for Magic. You know what I mean? Like, we want to see some IRL cards being used. And, we're hoping that they really become collectible, like sports trading cards. I'm in Cleveland, a LeBron 101 that sold for like $2 million a couple years back. And it's just wild. So yeah, we're super focused on the collectible aspect, and we even got some stuff cooking, some thoughts brewing where, like, if you're into the collectible aspect, if you got one of the 4 rarities of each character, there's going to be something huge with that. Like if you happen to hold one of the one-on-ones, and then if you get a gold, diamond, platinum, and a silver, like we're gonna drop you a bunch of shits coin when it drops. And I know it's not just for the one-on-ones though. We're also thinking like diamond and platinum will have custom backgrounds, each their own, 2 different backgrounds, and then gold and silver, they'll all have a different shade of a background, but it's going to be a solid background. It's going to be your solid background ones. So if you hold one custom background and one solid background, that would be like another level of a collector that will earn a reward. So that's all early. That's all like brewing in the mind right now and kind of early in the team chats. But yeah, we have all kinds of ideas to reward the holder. And yeah, I can't wait for this call with Jay to like building this game. Like I'm getting excited, man. We're at a point in the project where
go to the Sui Accelerator Telegram, because I can't find anybody because my Telegram's infested. So you need to come to the Sui Accelerator Telegram so I can actually speak with you.
Can you? Yeah, I've messaged you on X multiple times on multiple occasions. I think
you should talk to Mobster or Paste. They're much more accessible. I am just all my inboxes everywhere are completely nuked. I'm like,
yeah,
thousands of messages, thousands.
Mobster always gets back to me pretty ASAP. So yeah, I don't mind doing that at all. I was just thinking if we wanted to chat, I know I can always find you in like the Dunnies TG, it seems like too, or excuse me, the AquaShock
in the
TG.
mutual group. That's another way too. If you go to Sui Trump or AquaShock, I watch those vigilantly all the time because those are my main man right there. So you tag my Telegram and that'll get me.
Cool, man. I'm gonna give some other people some time to speak. It's a big space. I want to let all the projects get up here and
yeah, I'm
take
waiting for
advantage of
people
this
to
audience.
request. If anyone's down there, you have a project, this is open mic. You can talk about what you're doing. We invite you to come and talk. Don't be afraid.
Thank you, Lewis. It's always great to listen to you. You're the man, and I always enjoy having you up and around and being here, buddy.
Thank you, Donnie. Love talking to you, man. Always interesting hearing about the car auctions, and we'll have to chat on some like IRL type stuff soon.
Oh yeah, I want to do IRL auctions for NFT artwork, and my auctioneer said that he is down to do it. So one of these weeks,
let's fucking go.
Yeah, we're gonna print off some little shits posters. We're gonna print off some AquaShock armories, and we're gonna auction them off in frames like IRL to the auction, live stream that, and then that will come with the actual online NFT as well. So it'll be good marketing, and I definitely want to have you involved in that.
And he's talking about an actual auctioneer, like, hey, you know how they do that? He's got one. I can't wait to see that happen.
I'm hip, dude. I've been familiar with this car actually for a couple months. Let's do it.
Somebody, we got another one too. Corrupt came up, and then now we got Proton.
Oh, and Paste is coming to my city, and we're gonna have the first Canadian Sui Builders Summit, and we're gonna go for lunch somewhere.
The Canadian Sui Builders Summit, eh?
Yeah, it's gonna happen soon.
Rock on, bro.
Canadians are really good people. So first we had Corrupt requests. What's up, Corrupt? What do you want to promote? What's
up, boys? I thought I'd just come up real quick and talk about Corrupt Fun. Our engagement tool for communities to help them grow and expand. It works for Telegram currently, coming to Discord and Twitter. Ultimately, it allows you to just tip tokens, burn tokens, do giveaways, play PvP games, all within the Telegram chat with, like, let's say Sui Trump or other tokens that you like to use. It's right there in the Telegram. It's also becoming a wallet with a dashboard that you earn XP for future airdrops. We plan on rewarding the top 10 holders. Like right now, the top 10 of our users get whitelist for certain NFTs. More token rewards depending on what happens with the bot and how far you get onto it. But yeah, just wanted to talk about our engagement tool.
Well, so a lot of people here haven't heard anything about it. Could you start like from the beginning? Like, what was the idea? What is your product exactly? How does it function? So, like some more details.
Yeah. No, it's currently a bot on Telegram. You can message the bot. It builds a wallet for you. Just for the time being, it's actually becoming its own wallet on Sui, but that's some early alpha. But anyways, you message the bot on Telegram and you put it into the chat. And once you have a wallet, just like any trading wallet, you fund it with a little bit of your tokens and a tiny bit of Sui for gas. And instantly you're able to go into the chat. You're able to rain tokens for active users that have been talking in the chat. You're able to target people who have been making art or grinding hard, leaving good comments on tweets, and give them tokens and make them feel like they're a part of it and keep them coming back. And
That's
then,
actually really dope. That sounds
yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, it does sound cool.
it's fun.
What about the games? What
It's
kind of
great,
games
man.
can people play against each other in the Telegram?
Currently it's just a PvP, a simple Russian roulette. Everybody loves to, click, pull. So you put tokens against each other, however much you want to bet, and then each person gets to go. You can respin for more tokens, or you can just pull the trigger and test your luck. But yeah, it does. Everybody, winner takes all, last man standing. As many people want to join can join in there to play the game, and it earns you XP, and that XP goes onto your dashboard, which you can view through your wallet and the Telegram app, or you can go to our actual website dashboard, kind of similar to Potato, but a little bit different. And that shows you, what NFTs you have, what tokens you have, where you're at on leaderboards, and then what we have coming up in the future with airdrops and NFT giveaways, things like that.
I love Potato. Definitely come in the Sui Trump Telegram and speak with us. I would
man, I'll
love
hop
to
in there.
check it out. I love Telegram, so
Me too, man. Me too. Oh,
me and Richie are both there, so and I have a bot testing group and everything. Like we would love that. That sounds like something I'd like to do because I'm a platinum level stake, and they do like rains and even in the stake chat when people win, it's cool. So I'm surprised no one's thought of that before. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, man, and we're actually on Ethereum and Solana as well. So our bot's been, tried and true. But our main focus is Sui. We found our home here. We built mainly on Shibarium when we first came onto this about a year and a half ago. But Sui just feels better. It feels like a home. It feels like where it needs to be. And Shibarium was a good test run for us to learn and build. So here we go.
So you got skin in the game. You've been doing bots on Telegram for a while, then, right? That sounds pretty deep.
Yeah, man. Sorry, I was joining the Sui Trump Telegram actually, but yeah, man, I've been doing this for a long time. We've been building, and it's finally turning into a full-fledged wallet that will be online currently, and then into an extension, and then eventually an app. But we're trying to bring better utility and better use case where you can actually see your NFTs inside your wallet through our wallet.
Right on. Yeah, in the Telegram, my name is Mr. Furley. It's like a rainbow poop NFT. Mr. Furley 52 if you search for it, but you'll find me in there because while we're on the space, I'm not talking there, but I will definitely get back to you. Just say like, oh, I'm the guy with the bot or whatever.
Oh yeah, can't miss me. Same name, same PFP and everything.
Oh, perfect. Right on.
Nice. I'll have a look. I'll also have a look and find you.
Yeah, Richie made his own buy bot that actually incorporates the Sui NS, so he has a lot of experience with programming.
That's fun. Ours is actually a sniper bot too. So it's not a buy bot, but a sniper bot. You can put the CA in the chat, and you can do /buy a certain amount of Sui, and it'll buy it right there in the chat too. So it's really nice to be able to get people to bullish to buy, and then also burn and have that experience in the chat for any token.
Yeah, it's cool.
Awesome. I have a lot of connections that are really good with Telegram bots for Sui too. If you ever need any questions, I know some really good bots.
Definitely, man. We're tied in with a lot of people as well. We work well, working with Nexa currently, and also with Doonies doing some stuff with the Sui Lords, and then have a bunch of projects like Mistin, Axel, Hippo, B Shark, and others that we've talked to and that are in their Telegram as well.
So, if you're doing Nexa, you might want to talk to Pumpkin Token, Tyler Simpson.
Yeah, I've talked to Tyler too.
Yeah, he's I trust him a lot.
Yeah, I've been working with him and a couple other that he know, like Capo and Smurf, to just make more connections and get in the right places. And yeah, just slowly building and making everything kind of happen.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. But that's
so. Yeah, we're definitely gonna check it out, and we'll have more spaces for sure about what you're doing. And Proton, I believe was next if they wanted to speak, or they're not.
Okay. Jim boys. YSDG, GM Bro, GM Subedas, GM AquaShock, GM Everyone, Richie, Corrupt, MCY, Wizard, GM Bro, GM Everyone, GM King. I greet everyone in the speaker section of the guys and listener section. I also duly observe. Nice to meet you guys. I'm just passing through by and I saw that there is like space here. They are saying a weekly vibe about the Subi. That is the reason I'm here. I'm just listening to you guys. If you have anything contribution to what you guys are doing, I will definitely contribute it amazingly. I will definitely do my contribution. So I'm still here. What you guys are saying. So nice to meet you all. I'm Proton by name. I've been in this space been a while. So nice to meet you all.
Well, you know, you should check out Sui Trump has an ambassador program where you can actually earn money by, you know, being a good ambassador for Sui Trump. So you should check that out. You know, I'm sure there's other ways too. I even have a Telegram for people that are looking for stuff to do. So if you go to the Sui Trump Telegram, I can help you out in several ways.
Sui Trump Ambassador is probably the best ambassador program on Sui right now.
Yeah, you get extra bonuses for doing actually like extra good stuff. You might even get a big drop from Mr. Pearly.
Yeah, so far we've sent out 30 million Sui Trump, which is market value like $1,000 in 3 weeks. Plus, I've personally sent out. Let me find my sheet because we have two ways. YSDGen has a wallet which I've funded with Sui Trump. So when he feels that people are going to be, you know, helping out Sui Trump a lot, then he will send them. Then me personally as well, I've already sent, what are we up to now? An extra 8 million Sui Trump individually to different people as well. And I'm still working down this list. I've got another 20 people inside of the Sui Trump ambassadors I need to give. And then there's more as well we need to keep adding on. Like it's endless, but it's great. I love it because it means we can distribute the tokens to people who believe in the project, either through the radar bot, or then we can also do it by simply just picking out people who we know are not bots, who are real individuals, and that's great too. And we can just spread the allocation of Sui Trump tokens to further and wider. You know, it's great.
And I can't downplay enough the fact that it's at least up to $8,000 in USDC and Sui, not Trump coins that have been given away in different prizes and giveaways and different things.
Yeah.
Too.
But then if you think about it, right, if I bring up the social metrics, right, of what this ambassador program's done for our Sui Trump X account, and also all our ambassadors as well, because we do a lot of reply rates into other people's accounts as well. And what it's done actually is amazing because it's taken our, if I go to the analytics, I get constantly messaged in Telegram from raid teams. Even yesterday, another guy, and I'm not saying anything bad about raid teams, but I've tried them all for years, and all that happens is you get botted, and then your subscribers, your followers go up quickly because someone is basically paying for them to join your channel using the funds that you've given them. You're going to usually, they just want you to sell your token anyway to give it to them to pay for them, right? Which I'm dead against. And even we're getting, you know, we get some people into the ambassador chat saying, hey, yeah, so I'm going to be $120 a week to get my raid team to come in and, you know, fund your channel. I'm like, well, I was trying to explain to a guy yesterday. I said, that's not how this program works. The program works in the way that you put the work in, and then we notice that you're putting the work in, and you get rewarded from that. If we don't notice,
Richie.
yeah,
That's the way it should be, bro.
Yeah,
Richie's too nice.
Notice,
whenever
right?
I see people like that, I'm like, no, dismissed. Get out of here.
Well,
no, but that's the thing.
I rarely reply. Like even looking today, I've got another 5-6 different DMs from people saying, "Oh, I've got a raid team. I can make you pump like you've never pumped before." And
that's where I love my bot, Richie, where like I put it in the chat and then you find out who's really there about it and who's not, because then I can tip someone some tokens. I can see, all right, are they going to sell it or not? Nope, they're a true holder. They want to keep coming back. They want to stack their bag and then just keep earning and benefiting them that way. So what you guys are doing is great, having that ambassador program where you pay out that way and notice like those who are actually showing up for it.
Exactly, man.
Yeah, with those drops like that, I've been doing that just manually. without having this set rule. Like I just see people, okay, oh, you did something, you went the extra mile. I'll send them the DM, be like, hey, here's 500,000 Sui Trump.
Oh, dude, that's why you got to start using the bot and the TG and then targeting them. And then the people inside the chat get super like, oh my God, why wasn't it me? When do I get it? Well, go make a really good comment. Go do this.
That's corrupt token, right?
Yes, correct.
Or is it? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna look into your bot actually.
Yeah, I joined the TG. I wasn't able to speak in there. I messaged Richie. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just
I will
talking to
fix
you.
that when we're done with the space. So
Yeah, I can confirm.
You guys are locked in. Okay.
Yeah, but that's me who messaged you as well, just to make sure.
Awesome, Richie.
Yeah.
So I couldn't see you speaking either.
Yeah. And then the proof is in the pudding also for like what we did with the ambassador, right? So if I take the analytics from X, so if I go back, we started the ambassador group 3 weeks ago. If I go back on a 3-month, we are up like 2,000% in engagement. We are up 3,000% in profile visits. Verified followers has gone up by 120%. Replies is up by 7,000%. Like and I've tried all these kind of raid guys before over my years, and none of them have been as effective as actually just doing it yourself, essentially, and trying to find real people and rewarding real people. There's still considerable botting though, which I need to try and get rid of. But
Richie, like just this space for this space right here, in a half an hour, it just exploded. I've never seen metrics like that before. But I mean, that's also because I'll put the same post like in a space like this in like 20 different telegrams, discords, all kinds of stuff. So we're getting like compounding raids. Like I had to adjust Killa's raid bot because as soon as I started it, it already stopped because it reached the quota because it counts the ones other people are doing.
Yeah, destroyed the bots. But then the other thing is, though, like we had a 2-day cool off when we didn't run a raid campaign, right? And from there, so we had like average engagements of like 2,000 to 5,000 going across the 2-week raid, sometimes even 10,000. But then when we had a 2-day cool off, when we didn't have any raids, we were only down to like 200 to 100 engagements. So definitely there is a huge part of the ambassador program which is botted. So I need to get rid of them because the more bots we can kill off, the more real people we can find. I don't want to like if there's a real guy like actually trying to work to get rewarded and actually join the community and come along for the ride.
It's
the
easy
more
to tell
bots we
by
have,
replies.
yeah, but the more bots there are, the harder it is to find them, right? And I don't want anyone to fall through the gaps because every single real member should be valued. That's the most important thing about this program. So I am working on the bots. Got to kill those. There's good bots and there's bad bots. We need to kill all the bad bots. The dead internet. We need to get rid of that.
At least be original. If you're gonna buy, at least talk about the project, not just the same line 100 times.
I used to have a guy that come into our chat and he had 8 different telegrams and like 8 different Twitters. And he would work his ass off to jump back and forth between accounts and like not let us figure out that it was just one dude. It was great.
That's pretty good though.
Yeah, I'm like, he's working for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's something I say to people that come in the Telegram and their name, their literal username is dev. And they're like, hey guys, we're forking to another thing. I'm like, bro, come on. If you're going to scam, like at least be a good scammer. Like you suck. No one's going to fall for that. You need to go back to scam school and come back. You're gone. It's like that's
some 2019 Ethereum level scams. They need to up it. It's been a while since I've seen a good new one.
It's like, oh, it's dev. The dev is dev. Wow, it's amazing. So we have King Crab hand up for a while, I think, unless it's an accident.
No, I just wanted to say thank you for having me. I've got to head out because it's 10:16 over here. So I just wanted to be respectful and say thank you for your time and thank you for having me up.
Yeah,
thank you, King Crab. Thank you for raising your claw.
We're doing more.
Absolutely,
we're gonna plan more of these. I'll do one even just for your project. On my this is just a weekly special Thursdays that we do. That's live stream, but any other time during the week or anytime really, I'll do a space for just your project. for sure.
Absolutely. All right.
100%.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for coming and doing that interview. It's on the Jumbotron. It showed his face. He's a good, grizzly, handsome man. Peace out, King Crab. And we will talk to you soon. And we have Tada with the hand up. What's up, Tada? From Killa.
Yeah, sorry. I was just waiting until you guys cool down on the talk a bit, but I heard earlier you guys were talking about a sniper bot.
Yeah, Jade told me about stuff that he was programming. That sounds insane.
Yeah. Oh wait, I can't hear you. 1 second.
What Jade was talking about, a sniper bot that he was creating that he might even be able to snipe Solana, and about coins. He can even see the developer when they're making like the package before it even makes a contract address, something like that. Crazy.
Yeah. Basically, it can bridge and snipe at the same time. So, for example, it's going to bridge from Solana to Sui and then buy Killa first. So Killa will obviously be the first token on it. So that will kind of be like the beta. I don't know how you say that.
Beta version, I guess.
Yeah, in my country we kind of butcher English, so
Yeah, no problem.
You got good English.
yeah.
Beta tester.
Yeah, I'm Irish, so we have a weird kind of English. Yeah.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, you do.
Oh, you ever watch the YouTube channel Quixer? I love that guy.
Haven't seen it. Maybe I'll look into it after.
Oh,
See.
he's awesome, bro. He's so funny. He's from Maryland. It's QIXR, I think.
I know about tinkers and knackers and pikeys.
Yeah. We had a park when I used to live there. We had a park up the road, and they just basically caused trouble all the time. I don't know how they live their lives, but yeah.
And there's like there's fairies or something, like some creatures you don't want to mess with, or they'll give you really bad luck.
Oh, right. We have trees, and in the countryside, you can't cut down these trees because they're fairy trees. So sometimes they'll have special rock formations and stuff there. Yeah, and farmers believe in this. If you cut down the tree, you'll have like so many years bad luck or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I read about it. It's really definitely. Aussie, you're throwing up hearts. You haven't said anything the whole time. What's up, my Aussie wizard man?
What's going on? What's going on? It's funny you should actually call me up when that happened. I resonated so strongly with what was just said then. Those tree elves, watch out for those tree elves. They are a spiritual being and they play games on you. And if you piss them off, you're in fucking trouble, mate. You'll live 10 lifetimes of really bad karma. And yeah, that's why I always talk about leaving a positive energetic footprint wherever we go. Because you don't know what you're fucking with. Seriously, there's more to this world and existence than we can actually see with our two eyes. We sometimes have to close them and use our third
100%.
one.
And feel them.
I totally agree with you 100%. I've experienced it myself. It's totally true.
Well, we only see a tiny little spectrum of the light spectrum. There's stuff happening all around us, all with above us and below us, and the X-rays and gamma rays. And we don't even know we could be touching something right now and not even see it.
I've had some crazy experiences. I'd love to share. Maybe not right now, but oh hell, fucking what the hell? Years and years ago when I first got in, like I just had like a spiritual awakening. It's probably about 14 years ago, before I started doing Reiki or anything like that. I was going through like this cleansing and I stopped smoking weed, I stopped smoking cigarettes, stopped drinking. It was leading up to when I was doing my Reiki 1. And I went to a bathhouse. It's like a spiritual bathhouse in Dalesford in beautiful part of Victoria. It's very spiritual. No, not at all. You gotta hear me out here. I was fucking straight, right? But what happened is I went into it's like a natural spring, and in the natural spring they've got like a bath, made out of the water. and it's constantly flowing, so it's constantly natural. And I went there when there wasn't many people there with my son, my partner at the time, and it was kind of crazy because once we went in there, it kind of like in the water, it really like I just felt something pass over me and just felt really clean, you know, in a weird way. And as we walked out, you go into like this, you walk through the door and you go into like this sort of communal, it's like a changing room, but it's you know, got little offshoots, male, female, this and that. So it's just like a locker area and stools and all that sort of thing, and everyone intertwines there. It's about connecting, you know. And I've walked in there and there are orbs flying all around the place, and I can see different colored orbs, different people, and it was absolutely insane. I've never experienced anything like it. Now, there's more to the story. It goes for about an hour, so I'm not. But that was just fucking. That's just what is out there for people to experience. If you, I don't know if you actually have to believe, but you have to have a level of acceptance of you know the possibility that hey that might be there's more to this.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Starseed Rich, by the way.
Hey guys.
I've heard you in the background before giving the support on the bullish stuff in the messages from earlier. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I like what I'm feeling at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's been a fun Sui ride, I've got to say. We all, you know, went through that, you know, that I know he shall not be named, that token that shall not be named, let's say that for now, you know, just, and what an experience. And I've met some fucking awesome people, and that's what it was kind of all about. I go where I go. Not so much because I think I'm gonna become rich, because that's fucking not gonna happen, you know, for quickly anyway. It's because of the connections and that I build, and the people that I resonate with, that you know has that energetic attraction and brings us all together, and that's pretty fucking cool when you're sitting here on the other side.
Look at what you just conjured up here. We just got toilet dust down the space. They're freaking amazing what they're doing for the network. I'm glad they showed up.
And Australian.
I know you're a fan too, my Aussie wizard friend.
They're big into manifesting reality and creating your own 100%. Destiny as well.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my
if
God,
it is to be, it's up to me. It's as simple as that. We are the masters of our own destiny.
We manifest our own energy and we put it out there and we connect.
That is true. It's 100% true.
I just wanted to say before that listening to you guys has actually been quite refreshing, because you're so supportive of each other. It's a lot like another family I'm part of, but I'm not going to mention. But
fucking told you.
It feels like a really warm, supportive community, and that is what we're trying to build over this whole fucking crypto land that we found somehow, and we've gone on this ride, and we're all sort of coming together. And this is another meeting of community.
On.
And awesome.
These guys make me feel warm and fuzzy, like I just drank a bag of goon wine.
Spiritual hugs,
goon bag. You had a goon bag.
Spiritual hugs.
Aussies.
That's what they're spiritual hugs, mate. It's like someone once explained to me that when you do and you have that like fucking that high vibration, man, seriously, it's like an octopus, man. And you're doing whatever. But you've got like all these little antennas that are reaching out to people, you know, and you're like fucking, and you're affecting people and you're doing shit. And, you know, it's fucking amazing when you experience it. And when you realize what you're experiencing is even better. You know?
I'm all on that right now. Like what I've been doing the past 6 months, the more that I help people and give people stuff for free, the more that I've been getting back like 10 times the amount.
I know.
You part of giving, that the thing about giving is you spreading the love into the atmosphere, and what you're creating comes back to you. It's giving is not about what you're like gifting, like it's not about monetary value, it's about the spiritual energy of the transaction that brings it all back.
And that's right. And I have actually spent a bit of time thinking about that. And I believe, because I used to, it doesn't matter, but I used to do things that were pretty cool once upon a time. And, I felt that when I give back, it does a couple of things. Now you're helping people that potentially need help to overcome something that you may be able to overcome, and you found the strength and they don't. So you want to plant some seeds. I was going somewhere cool with that.
Well, for example, my wizard friend, like I was really upset that you said you were fairly new to Sui and then went through that experience on that space. That's why I contacted you right away and was like, hey, like let me send you some coins, let me do something, because it's really not like that. That's not a representation of what we are. And like I sent you coin, I sent you Sui Trump, I sent you AquaShock, I sent I'll send you more. That's all that I had time to do. But
I sent him a bit too.
If you want to make that public, I haven't said.
Thank you. I actually heard AquaShock on a space.
He's a good guy.
Last week or the week when I was in Melbourne, and I was away from the Wizard, but I was awake at 4 a.m. and I just clicked on and I heard it. And it sounds like a fucking awesome project.
But hang on, sorry. I mean, what I was saying now, it's kind of important and it's real. But you're helping people and you're giving something back. But in doing that, you actually get so caught up with it, you kind of lose your own lows. You lose your own inhibitions.
You're healing yourself.
You're literally healing yourself. And in doing this, you're actually attracting abundance and you're actually attracting good things to happen to you. So while you're helping somebody else is helping you, and vice versa, because it's an energetic thing. And if you're helping someone and they're helping you, then that person who's helping you is going to get help from somebody else. So it just keeps going and building and building and building until it's just like this huge network of people building together.
RICHIE Wizard has got me hyped.
You have no idea how much I agree with you. I knew there was a reason why I wanted to DM you. I don't usually reach out to people like that, but I knew there was something about you that just had that vibe, because everything you're saying, I'm not even joking at all. That's exactly what I'm doing.
We met online and I used to never, ever contact people and nobody could even friend me. And there was just something about his energy and I contacted him. And yeah.
We met because you couldn't score weed. It was locked down. And so
no, we met before lockdown.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was in between the lockdown.
That was in the whole conversation. We met just before COVID.
Yeah. And she needed weed, couldn't get weed. So hey, I can get weed. Let's
that
go.
Should be available to the whole world. It's a plant. Come on.
I know, right?
Lockdown. We won't go to COVID land because that's a whole other story, especially for Australians.
I'm Canadian.
And Melbourneian.
I gotta say, after you spoke, we got a visit from Toilet Dust immediately after your positive vibes, and it's like he just showed up ready to give his positive vibes. I love to hear from them.
Intern Toilet, what's going on?
No.
It's funny you say that. I joined at the right time. I was gonna hop on earlier, and then it took a little longer to put our twins to sleep. And as soon as I hop on, I just feel like it was exactly the right time.
It was perfect, bro.
Yeah, awesome. But love it. Family Guy.
Oh yeah, man. It's I'll tell you, having kids. To a certain degree, I had kids I was 34. Now I'm 35. So, when I meet some people, they're like, "Wow, you're really old to start having kids." And I'm like, "Yeah, I wish." I'm like, I wish, maybe in my 20s. Mainly now for the reason that it's given me a purpose that I never had. There's just
that's that fucking selflessness, because you feel so connected to and so devoted to another life. It takes onus off your own, and you also sort of like want to look after yourself more, so you become healthy, your mindset's better. It's really good holistically.
Well, intern's actually like a personal mental health coach professional. Like, nothing.
Oh fuck yeah!
He's really good with that.
Preaching to the preacher.
And I would love for you to tell everybody about the space you had the other day.
I want to hear about the Board Toilet Club,
rebranding.
BTC.
Yes, it was awesome.
Well, you know, before I talk about that, I spent so many years in direct sales, and a lot of that is about, you know, kind of motivating, self-help. They bring people like Les Brown, you know, T. Harv Eker, like a lot of these, you know, Tony Robbins to the conferences, and so I kind of grew up, you know, at these events, even in my early teens. And the weird thing, like if everyone was being honest, I would kind of sit there and be like, there's like 10,000 people in this room, but how come like most of these people actually don't change? Right. And so
it's hard, man, it's hard, because what you got to do is actually, you got to realize your own shit to get through, get past it.
Also, the Tony Robbinses of the world, they build up so much hype that when you're caught up in that fucking hype fest of whatever he is when he's speaking,
It's kind of disillusional.
It can actually be like overpowering, that hype, because you leave and you're such a blah that you just don't come back to it. It's
kind of like when you
don't go and do the work.
It's kind of like when you do that, get that experience, that mass pump. You get like that fucking 10-20x, and you don't say the top, and you get all that hype, and you're living out the floor, and it's like fucking yeah, and then you're trying to experience it, and you can't tell because you're slippage isn't set right, something's going wrong. Fuck, the cunt's pulled the liquidity. I don't know. I just went somewhere with that. Sorry, I'll you know, Solana.
Right, man.
No, it's true. I mean, a mentor of mine, you know, he was like, "Are you personally reading or personally growing?" And that one kind of hit hard, because, you know, in a way, a lot of people go to personal development and seminars and books as an escape, and it's almost like, you feel like the more you.
It's so hard to do it. Like, it's one thing to be able to intellectualize a concept, but it's another to be able to bring it into your reality, because you have to be able to feel it. You have to have the stamina. You have to have the relentlessness. You have to have the inner strength.
I wish I could show you our bookcase.
It's like addiction, you know, how hard it is to overcome addiction in life. It's the same kind of mindset. You know, you're addicted to your life. You got certain energetic pulls that you know, when you get it take away, it's hard. It's fearsome. It's hard. Like if I quit my job to fulfill my dreams, I'm jumping off a cliff without a parachute. Basically, you know, I've got to build that parachute as I'm falling. That shit's scary. So people just stay in their mundane sort of mindsets and worlds, because it is just easier. And whether it's easier for you know, because you just don't want to like accept your own shit because you got too many blocked walls, and you've had too much like shit going on in your life that you're not ready to deal with openly.
Please, I appreciate your energy. I'd love to hear from Toilet Dust and Dr. Ari, and then you can go after it. We're really looking forward to hearing from these guys after what they just went through. I really appreciate it. I would love to give them the floor, because they gave me that respect when I was on Space. So I appreciate it. We're going to hear from you lots more. But I'm really interested in what these guys have to say.
No, that's fine, bro. No worries, mate.
At all. I totally love what you're talking about. I totally agree with all of it. 100%. We're going to be on lots more Spaces. And even after, you know, I'll stay on later if you want to talk more.
I realize, I do get a bit carried away with other things, and we've got to talk about crypto and projects and all that sort of thing. So let's get to it.
Love you, Wizard. You're the man. Witch too.
Love you, my Wizard, bro. What's up? Even Dr. Ari's here. That's amazing.
Hey, now it's almost midnight his time.
Yeah, it's.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just hopped on, so I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but I just wanted to hop on and say hello to everybody.
We're talking about Toilet Dust and the rebranding and the space you had the other day, and you know, we were talking about stuff that you talk about on your X page about positive thinking and the power of manifesting your future, and you know, all that stuff you post about that I've been interested the whole time, and I just recently realized. And you know, a lot of people here might not have heard about the new Board Toilet Club. You know, so if you gave like
Yeah, man. I just wanted to hop on. Wise is phenomenal. I love him. He's has many talents. So he's someone we reach out to for a lot of different things, and he's been really good to us, and I appreciate him. And
I appreciate you.
my intern, of course, I love to death. I don't have to say that; you guys know that already. I see a lot of other people on here: Pancake, Sui Trum, Richie, Little Shits. Who else? The Genitals is here. Drew is phenomenal with his graphics and shit that he does. But yeah, well, you guys are awesome. But yeah, I mean the positive thinking stuff. I got into that just really fast. If you want to know, because when I hurt my back, you know about that, and I was not able to walk for like 5 years, and I was out of work. And I was only like 30 years old. So like I lay on the couch and didn't want to live for like a year, and then decided I had to figure out what to do. So I started doing personal development and got into The Secret, Bob Proctor, Eric Thomas, Brendan Burchard, Lisa Nichols. I don't know, Jack Canfield, Tony Robbins. I mean, I could start naming all of them, but yeah, I studied that stuff for like years and years, and it's a big part of my life. And I think it's really important because in order to become anything on the outside, you have to become someone on the inside first. So that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, I made sure to record that part of the space. You know, I thought that was important to give you your shout out and the things you've been through. And you know, that tune I played for you, I could probably pull it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
And we got Toilet Dust.
You
Summer coming
almost made me
up,
cry,
and,
bro. You almost made me cry.
I caught it. You know, almost broke, but you kept it together. I was really happy. I gave you the credit you deserve. I was happy to see that go down. It was
Oh,
great,
Pancake is here too. Brian's here. I have to give shout outs to Pancake. She went to our yacht party. So if anyone wants to know how the yacht party was in the Philippines, she was there. So you guys can ask her.
That was awesome footage. And yeah, the Genitals, they're a super OG. They're like awesome in projects. They're a huge help to everybody.
The Genitals is awesome. The Genitals paid for my deck screener when we bonded.
Yeah, we're like, if anyone could throw in a couple bucks, and he's just like 240, just like out of nowhere.
The Genitals knows his shit, dude. Like, yeah, I think intern him talk every single day. I'm not really sure because there's so much going on, but he has a wealth of knowledge of a lot of shit in crypto. Like, not just in Sui, just overall crypto. So yeah, if anyone needs a mentor that could guide you, I mean, I don't want to like give the Genitals work to do, but I'm saying if anyone's looking for answers to something, yeah, he knows a lot of shit. I'll just leave it at that.
Give him a follow for sure.
He's a real deal for sure.
And Dr. Ari, what do you guys got with the Board Toilet Club? BTC taking over. I like the rebrand. It's got a pirate theme to it.
You want me to go into it, Ari?
Yeah, go for it. So just real quick, intern's the NFT guy because he built a really big NFT. I guess you could say.
Real quick,
project
you guys
and
are
like
being streamed on YouTube, on Kick, on X, on many things from Richie. This is all recorded.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, I
You can
appreciate
pull
it.
up what you're
Oh
talking
yeah, it's
about.
good actually, because I was actually going to listen to the whole space because I missed it to find out the information. But now you're here, I can get all the information right now. That's good.
Yeah, no, intern helped build a big NFT project in the last bull run, and they sold for like $8 to $10 million, and that was when ETH was like 4,000, and everyone was minting them. No joke, the mint was like 1.5 or 2 ETH, so we're talking about like $6,000 to $8,000 for an NFT. And he sold that shit out, and he built a community of like 40,000 people. So this is a guy you do not want to fade when it comes to NFTs, but I'll let him explain the rest.
Yeah, it's no pressure.
None, zero.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated with like what makes people tick and like what brings people together and just doing things a little bit different. And when it came to the metaverse, we had a full-blown team of people that just took our vision and they turned it into a reality. I think I said it the other night, so some of you might have heard this. We basically had like a bunch of monitors, and every single person around the world, from like we had real life architects We had social media people. We had like everyone. But when they were clocked in, they were all on screen. And so we would say like, hey, how's this going over here? And they'd unmute and like update us in real time. And so in like real time, within like a few weeks, we put this like incredible metaverse together on top of Minecraft. And we had a lot of success, and you guys know me. I like to talk about the failures too, because no one does that. And it's important. We had no problem with the actual metaverse, the mint, right, as already mentioned. But the core issue was what I kept bringing up to our team, which is like, the product is amazing. There's no doubt. The community, I helped build to 40,000 plus people, no doubt. But who's going to come into the metaverse if they don't hold the NFT? Like what's going to get someone to come home after work and like actually spend time here? And that was the biggest concern I had. And it ended up being, a huge problem, not just for us, but for basically, even the sandboxes and Decentralands. And so, coming here, this is obviously a few years ago, with Toilet. I'm just going to be honest, because I know some of you guys have your own projects. When we launched, a lot of the OGs really weren't the biggest fans of ours for whatever reason. And I would continue telling Ari, I'm like, the best thing that we can do is like be here a year from now. The best thing we can do is just keep building and build a good product. Like, it doesn't matter what we say. Like, there are some people that no matter what you say, like, they're still not going to, want to be a part of your community. They're not going to want to tweet about you. And instead of taking it personal, like literally, in my opinion, the only way to earn their respect, even if they don't even say it one day, is just keep building. Because the reality is most people, whether there's a war, a LP hack, or what have you, most people are not going to make it the long distance, right? So just by hanging around and just keep showing up and keep building over time, like that alone, in my opinion, in this space will help you win. And so, we just kind of put our head down and, it wasn't so much about, I guess, being liked. It was about, just building community and showing our community that we have the right intention and we might know a thing or two about how to do this effectively. And I think the more we got trust from our community, the bigger Toilet became. And then, a lot of people ask us like, why an NFT? And it was like 2 months ago. I called Ari. I said, this community is growing to the point where I think for the community, we got to take this to the next level. And then for Sui, I feel like it was the right time to find like the best design team that we could have at the time, and start like the artwork for the brand and the NFT. And the first thing our designer said, and some of you got a chance to hear from them on our last space, they said it was going to take 3 months, right? And it's so easy in this space to be like, no, I don't care how good you are. Like, I don't want to wait 3 months because I want to make money, right? You make it about yourself. You're like, no, like NFTs are happening and let's just like kind of take the shortcut and launch whatever, right? And some people will do that because, again, like the path of least resistance is like the easier thing to do. And if you know what you're doing a little bit, you can still make money, right? But Ari and I should say the majority Ari, like the Toilet was self-funded, and we had the ability to not really sell the token at all, or really give the tokens to many KOLs or what have you, because the only way, in our opinion, to make it like a year, 2, 3 years from now, when you think that far, is you can't really make more than a handful of mistakes, right? Like no one's perfect. Everyone's going to make a decision that you're going to learn from, whether they admit it or not. But for us, we started doing things in a certain way, and then when it got to our design team, and they said 3 months, and the reason is they were going to do 130 traits by hand before they took it to like 2D and 3D. And, it was like the best thing that I could have ever heard.
Yeah, they were speaking about doing the hand drawing and then importing it into Blender and then editing it all in there by hand as well. It wasn't just like slap some JSON metadata files together and slam it up on Tradeport. They're actually like taking their time with it. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, better than me.
And to add to that, just about
Sorry.
what I love about Dr. Ari, he does everything like the best. He goes full bore. I'm like, there's a way we might be able to save this. He's like, no, we want the best. Let's do it all. Just a go-getter. He's just beast mode all the time. And articles, SEO optimization, it's amazing. And I've talked to these guys on video call. I have their phone numbers, seen them in person. They're real people. He's a real doctor. They're great people. So go ahead.
Yeah, why? Guys, you know what's crazy? Because I've done a lot of things outside of crypto. Like I was, best-selling author with Jack Canfield, and I'm an investor in a large telehealth company. We raised like over $50 to $100 million with 500 doctors. And I was the executive producer of Dick Vitale's documentary on ESPN. And like the person that mentored me, Nick D'Antoni, won like 25 Emmys or something like that, and I became friends with him. He's an expert in like personal branding. So like I take what I learned from him to this, and there's a lot of things that people leave out and don't understand that are extremely important and change everything. One of that is exposure, which in turn will tell you about is massive, and you can't get anywhere without exposure. And there's a lot of different ways to get exposure.
Oh, those articles you
So-
have are amazing. You're on
Yeah,
the
man.
island.
Because I've published so many articles. Like I've been published in Entrepreneur Magazine. I don't know, for like so many places. So like I have a lot of experience writing and publishing articles. So I brought that over to this. And the other thing is Russell Brunson, taught Nick because they're friends. I don't know if you guys know Russell Brunson, the founder of ClickFunnels. And I learned this from him that you don't need tons of following to be successful. You need a small group of like warriors that'll follow you to the death. And that's how they build their brands. They don't have like tons and tons of people they sell to. They sell to the same people, a small group of people over and over and over again. And that's kind of like you take that over to crypto. Well, that could be like a whale group that hells a lot, loves you, and will do anything for you. And if there are whale groups holding a lot of your supply as not selling, you're going to go far. And there are things like this that a lot of people leave out that don't really understand that could make you very successful in crypto.
Yeah, right on. I mean, I like to play that part of that. It's like a minute song that because I looked into the stuff you're doing before. I thought that was cool. Maybe people here want to listen to it. Just a minute. I could play it real quick.
Surgeries, but he never stayed down. Dr. Avery stood up, still the strongest around. Stood for his patients, lifted him high. Now he's in the snowy scene, watching memes fly. Quietly generous, philanthropy deep. Gives from the heart, never flex, never cheap. No pump, no dump, just truth in his threat. Integrity loud, not something he said. From hospitals that traits, he's been through the fire. Now he's building toilet with unshakable desire while he heals live. The intern steers the wheel, running the pages, keeping it real. Even gay wise, taking a nod in the space, recognize real in the world full of fake. He's the devil toilet, but he's cleaning the name. Built on pain, turn it into the game. Toilet rises, Suie's wildest meme. But Dr. Ari, he's the soul of the team.
Yeah, that was a good song. I like
Banger.
the way that turned out.
I cut intern off a little bit when he was talking about the NFT. Sorry, intern. When's it coming out? When's it drop?
Yeah,
No, man. I actually appreciate you. Obviously, you paid attention, and
I did because you guys are building fucking good shit, and toilet's gonna be the top fucking meme coin on Sui, and we all need you guys to pump to 100 million market cap and be a long-term project. So keep it going, buddy. When's the NFT coming out?
NYC.
Thanks, man. That's the goal. I just think I think all of us need to do our part to bring people to Sui. And I've been in a situation before where I was very early, like many times in my life, and that's why I'm not fazed by like the war going on or the CETA situation or well, like I just know eventually like it's gonna hit, and so we just continue building. But about Board Toilet Club, the design team started working, but before this whole thing happened, they actually sent me 10 different PFPs that Denise, the wife, there's their husband and wife, She sent me 10 PFPs. It was like 2 a.m, and one just stood out immediately. And I sent it to Ari. I was like, that's it. And it's interesting because like a lot of people I think don't know what to expect even now, and I think people are confused. So maybe it's good to even talk about toilet will remain like toilet dust. So that account is going to remain intact. And we're actually rebranding the toilet dust logo banner across everywhere and the website. So our same design team for Board Toilet Club is doing a complete rebrand of toilet dust. And so as much as like in a lot of ways, they will help one another grow, which we can't really kind of define yet as to how in terms of like the mechanism of the NFT. But basically it'll be Board Toilet Club as one X account, and Toilet Dust will remain as its own. And ideally we would have kept it, you know, in all one place, because it's not the easiest thing to have people migrate and add or follow another account. And it's also not the easiest thing to run 3 accounts yourself between intern Toilet Dust and the Board Toilet Club. But everything that went into Board Toilet Club was very much of, you know, with a blue chip, you know, mindset of like, can we make every PFP have some type of feel where people feel like they have a rare, you know, NFT, a rare PFP, even if they're not ranked 1 to 100 type of thing. Because that's kind of a real thing, I think, in NFTs. It's like if you're not 1 to 100, you know, you're kind of like, you know, what do I do with it? Do I list it on the floor? Do I try to sell it for a little more? And so, you know, we took all of this into effect, and the design team, they added a lot of psychology into the art and the PFP, to the point where when most people look at the one that they end up, you know, minting or getting on the floor, they won't realize all the traits until they look at it a few times over. For most people, I mean, some people might have an eye where they do, but they've done a phenomenal job. And then in terms of like building the NFT, you know, I was talking to Van today from Doonies. I've got a lot of respect for him, just because, you know, he's all about culture building, and he does things in a certain way to build a very strong culture, which, you know, I appreciate. And then I also appreciate how someone on his space tried to say, hey man, let's start a token for Doonies. And he was like, no, I like my life with no drama. Because, you know, building an NFT is much different than being behind a meme token. He's like, I actually want my life. I don't want to lose my mental peace. And that's someone who stays true to what he's doing, right? And it's interesting being a project founder than it is to be a holder. I think, you know, because obviously I'm one of Dooney's biggest holders, Ari and I. And I know some other people here are as well. I don't want to name them out in case they don't want to be known for it. But, you know, I seek out like even his expertise, right? And he's been really kind to us and kind of giving us feedback, and is actually going to be helping us in some capacity, you know, for Board Toilet Club. And, you know, there's always more to learn. There's, you know, people to connect with. I think right after Sunday, which will reveal the PFP on a space. It'll be the first space that we will ever do from the Board Toilet Club account. It'll basically be revealed in a video, and you'll see multiple PFPs of the guy, and I think you guys will be surprised, because, like I was saying, I think some people don't know what to expect, because some people are using AI ever since we came out with the X account and the name. You know, there's like toilet characters, there's, you know, like there's gorillas, there's apes, you know, and nothing is obviously what the PFP is. And so, you know, I've had to answer a few people saying, hey, is it this, or like, you know, is it anything like your teaser posts? And I'm like, no, if you see us drop a tweet per day right now on Board Toilet, it's just kind of telling the story of what will be revealed on 22nd. You know, I'm excited because kind of a couple reasons. We've done we've done several one-of-ones for like the top collections on Tradeport, for the NFT collections on Sui, and more of a respect thing. And we're still, I know a lot of people ask about mint or mint price, or how we're gonna do the whitelist. And just transparently, we're still talking to a lot of people, Van being one of them, Tradeport being another who partnered with us, to have an element where, some of the top collections and communities can obviously mint, because I think part of it is you always want to share something that you worked really hard on with communities that, some of them hold, right? And they value being a part of a community. And I always say this, and this is why Ari and I took so much time with Board Toilet Club, and this was not by any means overnight, is because I remember, looking at CryptoPunks or BAYC or, all these NFT collections on ETH during, the pandemic, and seeing $400,000 floor, right? $800,000 floor, and thinking to myself that, like, some of these people probably have never, like, they've never even owned a home. And for where they live, if they sold the image, they literally could have a home cash paid for, yet they're holding because there's a certain element to say that you're a CryptoPunk holder, you're a BAYC holder, you're a part of the community. And one of our co-founders of the metaverse that Ari was telling you guys I was a part of, he's now the CMO of OpenSea. And it's no accident that he's a CMO of OpenSea, because he's like the biggest NFT connoisseur. And so
that's the Ethereum NFT launching pad thing, yeah.
Also, Polygon.
Yeah, so
Richie has one on there.
Yeah, I mean, that it was the craziest thing. Like, obviously you guys saw like Justin Bieber. I mean, everyone was buying, either CryptoPunks or apes, and
The Cash Me Outside girl, that was the silliest one. She sold her Cash Me Outside girl on a Phil show.
Yeah, I mean, there was the goblins. There was the I mean, there was so many of them, but it just goes to show that, like, there's always the people that trade, right? It's like, to me, NFTs are a lot like meme tokens, except in a way you're able to build maybe a stronger community or culture, because I think if you build community properly, like you see like a Dooney's doing, for example, and what we aspire to do for Board Toilet Club, people make it their PFP, they put it in their bio, they want to wear the merch. And I remember when Adam, who's now the CMO of OpenSea, he FaceTimed me, and he's like, "Man, I just got my BAYC merch," and I was like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "How much you spent on it?" And he's like, "I spent like $5 or $6 grand," and I'm like, "On the merch?" And he's like, "Yeah, this is nothing." He's like, "Check out my box," and he starts opening his hoodies, right, and like all the stuff he got, like he was like a kid, like like when you're playing Pokemon when you're 10 years old. And that week he goes to the park with his kid, and this lady sees him wearing the merch, and she says, "Hey, are you a Bored Ape?" And he goes, "Yeah." Long story short, they end up exchanging contact, and from that introduction, she actually got hired as his assistant, and was basically a huge catalyst for even our metaverse project. And so, I look at the language, right? Like, people started saying, "I am a Bored Ape," or "Are you a Bored Ape?" Right? Or are you a Doonies? Right? Like, you build culture the right way, and you just put in a lot of effort. Eventually, you kind of create your own lingo. And we got a lot of work to do, but that's part of kind of our vision, is that people obviously make it their PFP, they put it in their bio, they want to meet in real life. I'm huge on meeting in real life. I actually kind of despise not meeting in person. And I think this is something that I would love for all of us to do, because I think there's a gap between like Sui and the community, right? Someone posted the other day, like, where can Sui do a little better? And I think I responded, and same with Ari. of like, to the people who are building every day, at least some point of contact. It's like something, right? They don't need to do anything, but just like, hey, we recognize you're here, you're building type of thing. And I think if all of us kind of, started posting a certain way about, doing a USA event, for example, I don't think it's ever really happened for Sui. And we can get, several projects to agree to, a certain date. And maybe we agree to it without their blessing, but then they kind of get behind it because we're all going to get together. I just think sometimes you can't wait for them. And, it's what Ari and I talk about basically every day. It's like, you guys probably know Adeni, he tweeted at Toilet an hour after we launched, right? But since that moment, it's pretty much been like, hey, like, just let's build, right? Like, if they ever acknowledge us, if they ever say, hey guys, like, you're doing a good job bringing people to Sui, like, so be it. And we're not even like, when is Sui gonna kind of do the marketing thing where it brings more people here? Like, instead, I'm like, how can we bring more people here? And help all these amazing projects. I mean, AquaShock's here, Lil Shits is here, Sui Booster, Sui Trump. There's so many of you that, if we're being honest, like, I think we just saw someone who, obviously left after building their token and then said that whatever happened. Like, nothing shocks me, pun intended for AquaShock, because because the easier thing to do when things get tough is to like want to just remove yourself. And I get it. There's a lot of pressure like in this space if you're behind a project or if you're doxxed, you know what I mean? But I just like, I can't emphasize enough the people that like push through a bear market or, a sideways market or a Cetus situation. Like, if you just keep pushing through, like, Sui is not that big right now. Right. So if you think like 6, 12, 18 months from now, and, while we're kind of like in this cubicle together, you look at Grayscale, talk about Sui, right? Like, there's a lot of big things happening with the ETFs and things that are like obviously not maybe directly correlated to like, AquaShock, Toilet, some of us. But it's going to happen. It's only a matter of time. And it's hopefully through Toilet and like the things that we're planning to do to bring people to Sui, we can do spaces periodically, like all together, and kind of be like advocates for Sui to a lot of like Solana or Ethereum people, because again, like, just like I told you guys, it's not easy. Like, I think Toilet on this account has like 14,000 followers. It's still not easy to migrate people to Board Toilet Club, right? Like, you need to market it properly to like get that account to start gaining momentum. And it's the same thing of like changing people on Phantom Wallets behavior from like just buying Solana and trading on Pump Fund, right? So even though like you can now swap Sol for Sui and like Sui for AquaShock, for example, or for Toilet, or for Sui Trump, like, I think a lot of people were like, oh, that's cool. And like, it kind of just like faded away. And so now it's kind of like, that exists. Like, there's a bridge now. And then now how do we market?
Well, yeah, intern, you actually reminded me of that, because they've supported Sui for a long time, but before you couldn't trade Sui to Sol or Sol to Sui. It was just Sui only. You were the one that told me, and I checked again. I'm like, oh, sweet, you can do that now. You can actually switch Sol to Sui right in Phantom.
Yeah, I mean, Ari actually, he could go from like Sol to Sui, but he couldn't go back from Sui to Sol, and so there was still like a lot of.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, but you don't want people to like swap and then lose their money or whatever. And so, we're extremely early. But one of the things I've been talking to Red, she introduced me to the guy who started NFT LA. And I just really want to like put an event together in like maybe Los Angeles, maybe like in 60, 90 days from now. And after NFT NYC, I'll talk to like Full Sail, Doonies, a lot of you guys who are here, and maybe we can agree to do this, and then figure the logistics out. And then from there, I think it'll have Sui, Adeni, all those guys to be like, okay, maybe we get behind this. So
I've
know,
had
we'll
that
see.
same thought too. It's a good idea. I'm West Coast. I'll drive down the Oregon coast and come down to Cali and visit you guys.
LA,
Well, if you do it,
LA is
I'll
super
fly from
close.
China to the US. I'll come.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, for sure.
We're making Richie take the longer flight.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm used to it. I'll be
I've got to duck out,
actually, I'll
guys.
be in the UK over summer. So.
You know, I put my hand up a little bit, but that's okay. Fucking the chat going on. But I got to start dealing with house and kids coming home shortly. Fucking much love to everyone. Yeah, I too am planning on building something on Sui very soon. I won't sit here and shill it just yet. But if you want to jump on my page, follow me. I'm following whoever follows me. I'm pretty much going to follow you because that's what it's about. Yeah. And I've got a few answers to some of the things that you've been talking about here, but I'm not gonna, talk about it too much yet because hey, someone might pinch my fucking idea. All right, much love, guys. Wizard out. Wizard. Appreciate you all and what you're doing. And
Star seeds from the witch as well.
Wizard and Witch. Much love.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, much love. And now I fuck off. See you later.
Thank you, Wizard Bro.
What an exit. That's awesome.
Hey man, I might have to use his voice for our PFP.
I love Australian,
Yeah, for sure.
I love Australian humor and comedy. They're really funny. I love those guys.
I just hear Chopper Reed every time he's talking. I don't know if anyone knows who that is, but he sounds like Chopper. Reed.
Chopper.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a very notorious Australian criminal. Him and who's the other guy? The
Kelly, Machine Gun or something. Kelly.
There's
Machine Gun Kelly. No, that's he's the other.
Biker guys.
What was his name? He was like a cowboy, but an Australian.
Ned Kelly. No, am I on?
Ned Kelly. That's it. He's another one. Yeah. But I have a question about the NFTs actually. Do you know what the supply is going to be? Is it going to be the standard 1,000 or more?
No, so a lot of thinking went into that too, because we actually agreed with our design team for them to build future collections, and so the idea with the Toilet Club Alpha passes, that we gave for free to the top 100 holders a few months ago,
I still got them in.
was basically so that we could like give to them. So like, any and all projects who reach out to us about airdrops, we basically say we prefer if they airdropped like the top 100 or top 200 for a couple reasons. One, to give back, but also just from what we've seen when projects like airdrop like dust, it typically on a PR perspective backfires because everyone's like, thanks for the 5 cents. So, it's kind of a weird situation. Like, I guess to one degree, it seems like there's more holders, right? But on the other side, what are people going to do with 5 cents? And so instead of like gratitude, they're like, this is, I can't even, buy Starbucks. And so that's that. But the idea for the 100 passes was to always give back to them. The idea for the Board Toilet Club collection that will mint in July, it's 4,444, and the collection after that, which we'll have ready, probably by maybe like 4 months from now, but maybe we'll release it next year, right? It's just it'll be good to have, and then decide when it makes sense to do that. That will be a 10,000 collection. And so it's kind of like the 100 Toilet Club Alpha passes will be, probably the most rare in my opinion, just because of the value and utility that will go into those. And then obviously, keeping this collection at 4,000 versus, anything beyond. And then we'll see if it makes sense to do that next collection for 10,000, but that's kind of the idea right now. And then the other thing is like keeping the design team. They did our website, which you guys will see on the 22nd, this Sunday. And basically all I can say is they built an interactive website, and it's kind of quite the experience with what they did. And then they also produced No, you're good. a custom theme song for the brand. And so I'm saying all this to say that luckily in our case, we found out that they were kind of multi-talented, and like everything across board Toilet Club and now with Toilet Dust will be basically them and their design and their artwork behind everything we do, which I think is important because sometimes, you know, if you hire a few different people, maybe it kind of doesn't look as congruent. And so we actually didn't know this going into that, you know, relationship or partnership with them. It was just something that I was like, all right, you know, Ari and I are going to hire a design team, or we're going to hire, you know, someone to make a custom, you know, song. And they were like, oh no, we can handle that. So we kind of lucked out there. And then the last thing I'll say is, although I have experience with NFTs successfully, you know, I have a lot on my plate with already the intern account and running Toilet. And so we actually brought on, some of you might have seen him. He goes by Wick on X. And that conversation, you know, started off the bat with him saying like, you know, can I basically interrupt you? And I was like, sure. And he said, you know, I'm not like your typical, you know, KOL or person on X. Like, what kind of value can I bring to you? And he's like, I'll transparently tell you how I can help you. And he basically went down the road of kind of telling me that he's the perfect fit to help us on both sides, but especially on the NFT side, like the psychology of building that brand and the voice of it and the X account. And then he showed me his own analytics throughout his social media channels he has, and it was over about 369 million impressions, I think, for like a 60-90 day period. And for me, that was crazy because you know, so far I think I do a half decent job on X running these accounts, but I think my analytics for Toilet and intern maybe are like 3 million impressions, right? It's like not that crazy compared to almost 370 million. And so when I talked to him, you know, he kind of opened up about like there's an art to X and how you can, you know, basically be seen by millions of people. And you know, he didn't come into the conversation about money. Like, we talked for 2 hours about life, and you know, his girlfriend's a nurse, my wife is a nurse, and so it's always cool to have that happen versus someone just kind of look at you as opportunity. Because I think it's, you know, I don't know, Shock or some of you guys, Richie, you know, a lot of people, if you're building every single day, they kind of will look at you as financial fortune. And so it's kind of hard to be like who's genuine and who actually can move the needle. That's like probably the biggest thing I could say is that we've been really tedious. It's taken a lot of time to find people like that. But it's worth it because I don't have to worry about Wick or the design team, you know, meeting the timelines, right? Like, the design team is still working on the video that will come out on Sunday, and we're just tweaking things, and you know, it's kind of like constant. And Ari wants to tweak this, tweak that, and they've just been incredible. And so, all that to say, we're building a team of people that, you know, in a lot of ways are, you know, much smarter than Ari and I, and can take this, you know, to the next level. Especially, you know, our goal is to have Board Toilet Club be known outside of Sui, and you know, we have the connections now, you know, after about 3 months, to make that happen. The most important thing to us is that, like, you know, you guys, like the Sui community, looks at, you know, so far, like you guys, if you were on the space, you know, the design team and Wick and, you know, all the things that you've seen kind of come to life so far. And especially, I think when you see the PFP, it'll be quite, you know, shocking in a good way. And, you know, all you can do in this space, whether it's a meme or, you know, whatever, NFT collection, all you could do is take time to build the best product possible and then allow the community to dictate the value, right? Because you can't say like, hey, I think this is amazing, you guys, you know, go buy it. It's more of, I think, people realizing what went into it, like financially, time, hiring the right people, not doing it because you want to make money for yourself, right? But you want to do it so it builds a brand and longevity and a culture. And then
Well,
you know,
for example, how much were the passes? People that were dumb enough to sell them, they were going for a lot, like pretty high. What was the highest they were going for? It was pretty crazy price.
you mean the alpha passes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say, like the coolest thing, I would say toilet toilet club, like anything we do is not prison. Like, we've had people sell a lot of toilet. We've had, people come and go, and it's just part of the world that we're in, right? Like no one is held hostage here. I don't have any hard feelings if people sell toilet, they buy toilet, like people do what's best for them. But to what you were saying, the interesting thing is, the first person who sold the pass, it sold for $1,800 US. So whatever that is at the time in Sui, right? $1,800 in dollars.
Yeah.
And no one's really sold it, right? Which is interesting too. But I get it
I
because
knew how much work you guys were putting into it, so I'm like, that's gonna be like gold in the future. There's no way I'm getting rid of that. That's diamond in the rough.
One thing that I love about Toilet is that you guys are fearless of going to spaces and places that aren't well trodden by Sui coins. You go to your crypto stockwits and make relationships there. You go to Backpack Wallet and make relationships there, and Noodlefi and all these listings and stuff. You guys are almost the vanguard of Sui, pushing the boundaries for the whole ecosystem. And I just really like that you guys are fearless in trying new things and going new places.
They're making all of us win. They're bringing so many new people to Sui. They're helping.
I celebrate it every time when I see, Toilet just got a listing there. I'm like, awesome, that's great. That's more eyes on Sui and Toilet. So it's just really cool.
thank you so much. I look at like AquaShock, Toilet, like, Sui Trump, like all these projects are so
Well, we're all the Moonbag Bros together we're all the Move Pump Bros together.
Yeah, I mean, like to me, a lot of the memes are so undervalued, like by far. And I understand. Like I remember when someone told me that only I think four memes, like Lofi, Blub, Axel, and Hippo, have crossed 10 million market cap, right? And I think we hit 7 million at one point. And so I look at that and I'm like, okay, obviously that's for a reason, right? It could be volume, not enough attention on Sui, liquidity. Like you can make a lot of, I guess, opinions on that.
You build an incredibly high floor though, like really high floor, and the dips almost disappear immediately. They're just gone. It is very stable coin. It has a really excellent chart, honestly, from what I've seen. Experience.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, and I have to give credit. Sorry to jump in, but more intern than me has developed amazing relationships with, like I said, a small but powerful group of people that hold our coin, like especially the whales, and that's the game changer in any project. And a lot of people miss that part because the relationships is what will take you very far. And he's an expert at building relationships from his network marketing experience of 20 plus years.
Yeah, like to what Ari said, in network marketing, they'd always say people join people, not products or not businesses. And I had failed for 7 years. I sold everything, like some of like Kirby vacuums, Cutco knives, protein shakes.
I did that too.
Like travel clubs, coffees, like mushroom coffee, like with Ganoderma in it. Like I sold literally everything that was not sold in the stores, and it was sold through people and direct sales companies. Herbalife, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did it all. Like, and I failed hard. From basically 12 years old to 19, and I was like the laughing stock of my family. I had called all my friends and family, and in network marketing, they have the term NFL, and it stands for no friends left, because before social media, especially, you would call or text anyone you could, and you were just like, hey man, buy this protein shake or buy this makeup or whatever the case may be. And I had it all backwards. And then I was 19 and I found a mentor of mine, and you know, he kind of said, you know, people don't care what you know until they know that you care. And I was like, that's interesting. And then I read a book that was called Dig Your Well Before You're Thirsty. And that was basically about, you know, building relationships without thinking about what's in it for you, and not even thinking about anything transactional, but basically becoming someone that sees how you can help other people. And AquaShock brought up Crypto Twits, right? The night that I met Crypto Twits, they were basically just new, like they were launching their crypto side of Stock Twits, which is, you know, just stocks. And funny enough, my friend who literally lives 10 minutes from me, his name is Cheyenne Ballur. If you go to Stock Twits, he's the guy who does the podcast every morning, I believe, for Stock Twits. It's like him and this girl, I think her name's Katy Perry. And I got a chance to be like, oh my God, I didn't even know he was doing this, you know, and he lives like down the street, but we play basketball together. So that was kind of interesting. And then Crypto Twits was basically telling me that like they want to be seen by as many crypto projects as possible. And I was like, maybe I can help you. Right. And so we basically connected. And, you know, since we connected, I've just been trying to put them in front of like the entire crypto ecosystem, you know, to help their business. And in return, like they've been super kind, and they tweet about us, and, you know, whatever they do, you know, that you guys might see on their side. But it kind of goes back to the story when I was, you know, in my teens, and that book taught me, like, when you meet someone, and this might sound kind of weird, you know, it's not everyone, but I basically would get people's email addresses and I would send them greeting cards. I know it sounds super old, bear with me, but like for years, I would never miss someone's birthday, anniversary. Like I was just sending gifts, cards, like you wouldn't believe, right? And the result of that was like if I ever needed anything, I wanted to go to like a Laker game, I wanted to travel somewhere, I wanted to connect someone to someone else. Like I just had a, you know, I don't know what you say, a Rolodex in today's, like I had a network of people that like I had spent so much time, you know, giving to, that at like one text or one phone call, they would essentially help if I needed anything. And so I kind of operate the same way with Toilet. Is, you know, most first contacts that I make in crypto now, it's very much of like, how can I help them? And if it happens to be a situation like Crypto Twits, or, you know, some of the other maybe companies you've seen that we've worked with, it's typically, you know, me having seen how I can help them, you know, get what they want. DeLorean is another one. You know, our kind of relationship started the same way. And, you know, we talk pretty often now because of that. And so, you know, I can't stress it enough that, you know, people are, you know, the ultimate product. And I think I heard Sui at one point, someone from Sui DM me, and they said that they're trying to figure a way to get behind meme tokens, except they're looking for memes with utility. And I think I responded. This is like right before Basecamp, and it was the first time that someone from Sui had reached out to Ari and I. And I said something to the effect of like, I understand where you're coming from, because, you know, Sui is such a utility chain, and there's, you know, obviously amazing, you know, companies like Walrus and you know, Deep and these guys building. But like I try to get them to understand, like if someone's building and they're putting so much time and effort into community, like that should be recognized as like the greatest utility. Because you can build something that you think is incredible, but if you don't have community and anyone, right, to be there for what you built, then there's no product. And so, you know, a big focus for us, especially from the beginning when we had like no followers, and it was to build community and build trust. Because eventually, like I love when I hear people ride or die for AquaShock, for RICHIE, you know, for shits, like, you know, I'm sure there's so many here that I, you know, if I scroll down, I'll see. But when you build, like Ari said, a few people, when I say a few, 20, 50, 100, a few hundred people that get to know you as the founder or founders behind the project, and you just show up every day, and they can go to bed at night knowing that you're still going to be there through any adversity, then you're talking, right? Then you'll start to see a lot of success. And the last thing I'll say, and then Wise, I'll pass it back to you. And thanks so much for having me. Is there's nothing greater than earning your community's respect, to where, I'm just going to be honest, they eventually see so many projects leave, right? Like just this week, I think we've had several memes like disappear, right? Some of them just stopped, some of them maybe had bad intentions, whatever the case may be. But that just makes like the AquaShocks, the Sui Trumps, like look good, right? And they feel more confident, maybe adding to their position, because it's like, the reality is not many are going to push, for more than a few weeks, especially on the meme side. And so, but last thing, like I said, hopefully after NFT NYC Wise, we can do a space and see how many people would welcome the idea of doing a event in Los Angeles at some point this year. I really think Sui will get behind it. They get behind a lot of smaller events. They just did another one with what Red Alark was there. You guys might have saw her video with Sui Play. But it's more of like maybe like 20, 30 people type of thing. But if a lot of us agree to do that, I have no doubt that they'll get behind it, because why wouldn't they?
I'm totally down. LA is not far at all for me. And yeah, like what you said, after a lot of what happened, it's cool because like the 3 projects that like I have been telling people like the past 2 days, after some unfortunate things, that there's like very few projects. Like I, invest in a lot of different projects. Very few I say like I stand behind 100%. Sui Trump, Toilet Dust, AquaShock, and Tyler Simpson, Pumpkin Token, but they're busy. But my main 3, they're right here, because those ones I know they're gonna be around. There's just no doubt about it.
And these early days, these are the times that we practice our jump shot 1,000 times in the dark when no one's looking. And then when we get on the big stage, we're going to drain those buckets.
Kobe.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking
How
about
about,
in
how about
terms
we
of
drain those toilets? We should drain the toilets, man.
Jerry toilet, yeah.
Totally.
I want to unpack a bit what Intern was saying there, because there's quite a lot. Before you were saying, the 4,444 for the collection, the first one. I think that's great. I think it's a really good choice, because I was looking at Popkins, right? That was massively hyped. I think they were advertising that for at least 6 months before they went for it, right? And if you look on Tradeport now for how Popkins is doing, they have such a high supply. I think it's 25,000 of these really cute NFT dinosaurs. Like they're super cute baby dinosaurs, but the floor is like 30 Sui, maybe 25 Sui. And the sell on them, you can watch the floor price just collapsing, because it's just supply and demand, right? Sui is not big enough to handle a collection of 25,000 units. There's not enough buyers to.
No, to what you're saying, you're 100% correct, and it's why we did decide. We almost went less, but I think that decision was healthy. And again, we kind of consulted Van and others, Tradeport, but I'm sure for them, like I know they're doing TV show, I'm sure a game, like they got a lot going on, but just from like what Ari and I saw and experienced on OpenSea and Ethereum a few years ago, and what drives a NFT to a few $1,000 floor or many thousands of dollars floor, and the psychology of it, the culture of it, like all that stuff we kind of experienced firsthand, even with the metaverse that we created. and it's what I want to see happen here, right? And this is not any financial advice, but like I'd be lying if I said that like we're spending this much time, money, effort, like to do this to as best as we can to perfection to be a project that gets to that point, right? And it's a lot of it is like we just want to do that for the community, because again, when people ride with you through like CETUS, through the war, through the price going up or down, and they just continue to stay with you because they believe in you, which I think is really key, to believe in yourself. Like that's a big thing. I think, you know, people buy into like a vision and belief. I see that happening for this collection, and it takes a lot of marketing, it takes a lot of effort to get to that point. But that's the intention we built it with. And you know, I think once that comes to life, you know, we can kind of look back and say like all the meticulous things that we did and the time we spent, we were able to do it. But I think I always say it's important to enjoy the journey. Like even right now, market's down, Sui's under $3. You know, a lot of people are touching grass. You can kind of feel just the sentiment. Spaces are a little different. But I think, as Aqua said, this is the best time. Best time to build, best time to show up. And you know, the Richie, you talk about the psychology of the NFTs. You know, it's everything. It's traits. It's how you post on X. Like there's so much that goes on. But you know, I think you just keep hammering away, and the community will dictate the value. And that's just what I believe. I tell Ari that all the time. I'm like, we keep doing this the right way. Hire the best people we can hire to build this product and this brand. And the coolest thing is going to be when it's in like the community's hands and your guys' hands. What happens? And I think that decision from the community is a reflection of what happened before. And if you guys were on our space the other night, I think Uju, she said, why do you think the collections who like even mint out fully on Tradeport, like why do their communities tend to die after the mint? And it was such a good question, right?
That's a
like,
great question. Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably the best question from that space. And the way that I answered it, I think there's not one answer. I think one thing I did tell her is, you know, I think holders and buyers of NFT collections are smarter than people think. I think there are new people to NFTs that don't know what they don't know. That's also very real. But I think the longer you're in this space, the more you start to see, you know, products that are being built either for personal gain or for long-term growth and to build a brand or a culture, at least, right? And so I think like some of what she's saying can happen if it was like a hyped up mint just to hype up a mint and just to do a mint with no direction type of thing. And then like, you know, people mint and then it kind of like dies out because like the other important factors were not addressed, right? And so, you know, I won't go into like every detail, but, you know, just like you said, Richie, you know, a 30, 40,000 collection that Sui might not be ready for now, right? Maybe they do have a solution and kind of an idea, you know, for having done it this way. You know, I'm not sure, but you know, these are the things that like we just kept thinking about, because the last thing you want to do is mint, and even if you mint out, right, it becomes kind of like a dud, and the community is just kind of off to the next. I think
Yeah,
it takes
kind of.
yeah, it takes a lot to have a community, you know.
I was
Well,
thinking
intern, I was going to
what we
ask
should
you
do.
about Richie's been building this farm and the SuiDex for like 7 months. And it's hard to get all you guys in the same place. Because I was thinking like, what suggestions would you guys have, like marketing wise, to show like what he's doing with the decks? We're gonna have a hackathon. It's gonna be stable, audited. Because we would love some of that knowledge of how you guys just market everything so well. I mean, because he's definitely built a great product, and whatever advice you guys have would be excellent. Because I'm a part of it too, and I really appreciate you guys' opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think like when it comes to free marketing, because I'm like I'm not like frugal in my like daily life, even though like I consider myself like a minimalist at this point in my life. But here, I'm pretty frugal because I think there's nothing better than like showing up on X consistently and then building relationships with people on X that can help you in some capacities. But I do think branding is important. Like have your X account like on first impact. Someone looks at the logo, someone looks at the X account, and everything from like the bio to the image, immediately just stands out, and they wouldn't forget it, type of thing. And then
Well, because
second,
this is a product that like every coin on Sui has a possibility to use. Like a yield farm. Like even Toilet Dust could stake, yield farm, pair their coin in this DEX.
no, I hear you. So, but that's what I'm talking about, right? Is like no one's gonna know this unless they're gonna come across it, right? Unless people are gonna talk about it, type of thing. And so the first thing is like consistency in like how you communicate what it is, like how you approach your own X posting is really key. And then the next thing is like even you telling me this, like I had no idea, right? And so now that I know this, obviously we can do it ourselves, we can talk about it, we'll tell other other projects about it, and that's obviously a good thing. But I think there's nothing more powerful than being able to tweet often. It's kind of like it's a job. There's no better way to say it. Like running the intern account, running toilet account, the new account, Board Toilet Club. It's a job in itself to also reply to people, right? And I look at someone like Philos. You guys know Philos.
Yeah.
He's the number one reply guy.
He's the number one reply guy, right? And so I just think like, but it doesn't also need to be that. I just think you need to be known for like one thing, right? I think the intern became known for like work ethic and just kind of being relentless on the timeline initially. And like there's certain people on Sui that just like them for maybe one thing, right? Like Wara for maybe like shit posting and like getting crazy engagement because he tweets in a certain way, right? And everything he does on his X account is to get engagement, right? And he does a really good job of it. And so for what you're talking about, Wise, I think finding a almost like an elevator pitch where people see the X account, people hear about it, and then they want to start talking about it because they understand it.
Well, for me, it seems like it's the perfect farm that's like simple to use. There's not like there's no over like options where you can go into the options like in the Sui or the Slush wallet. It's very simple, straightforward. Not a bunch of options, easy to use. So I think it's like something that people that don't know what yield farming is can actually participate in because it's easily accessible.
Is there any competition to this right now on Sui?
Oh yeah,
there's a
Cetus.
hackathon. Yeah.
You'll be.
Oh, you mean like that competition?
Yeah, there'd be. I think the main competition to what I'm building would be probably Aftermath, but I don't see them as competition because I mean I was looking on Sui.io, and Aftermath even have grants open to work with other builders on Sui to try and support them. which I
That's
actually I haven't reached out to any coins really about interest of working with or joining or any of these things until I get the audit in hand, because it's the first thing people are going to ask, right? Well, I've got a project and it involves liquidity. Is it
Yeah.
audited? Like, there's no point.
Yeah.
There's no
Especially with what
point.
happens.
Yeah, exactly, right. So I'm waiting for, once that's in, we have a hackathon coming up next week where Sui developers will be able to break it, look at the code, see it all completely transparently, and do some challenges, work on it, these kind of things. And while that's happening, we're going to apply the audit. And then once that's all done, that's when it'll be like public outreach to different projects and saying, hey, do you want to do something? Because, but yeah, I would say probably Aftermath is the one it's most similar to, because Aftermath is really simple to use. And there is a reward-based mechanism in Aftermath, but not as obvious as what we've made. Essentially for us, it's you put your liquidity in and you get another token out in reward. So it's a reward-based economy.
And
Inside of a
Richie,
swap.
what's the X account for this?
SuiDex HQ. Yeah.
SuiDex HQ.
I have the same problem you have, because I'm here with my Richie Crypto Mischief, and I'm here with my Sui Trump. But having 3 X accounts means I can't do 3 turn-ups one space.
Yeah,
Same problem.
Wise, can you pin maybe something here from that account?
Yeah,
I got it.
Yeah,
Intern, I got it. I'll send it to you.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
funny,
Matt,
man.
Richie. First of all, like I know, I'm sure everyone knows you, but you've been so kind to us, to say the least, and we've had a chance to get to know you. So I'm so glad tonight happened. Because
Totally, yeah.
once you do the audit, definitely let me know, because we'll be a part of it. We can share it. And then if I can help in any way, in terms of like branding or anything, or with the X account,
Yeah.
we're definitely brothers running 3 accounts, so it's
Yeah.
only right.
Yo, it's pinned. The hackathon's pinned.
Yeah, it's tough because we're basically, it's like, because I have my main account, which is who I am, like you have, right? And then you have the brand account for the coin, which is the Sui Trump. But then I've made this other one for the DEX, because basically the Sui Trump's just going to turn into like a mascot for the bigger project, essentially. But it's this kind of like branding issue where if you have 3 accounts, then which one do you join with? Where do you hold most of your socials from? It does get quite complex. I wish you could almost like link X accounts together. That'd be really cool, but you can't. So it becomes more challenging to be clear and get the message through the more accounts you have, definitely.
Guys, I just want to say a quick good night because I got to work in like 7 hours or 6 hours, but I didn't want to just hang up without saying goodbye. But I appreciate all you. Wise, thank you so much. Intern, sleep at some point.
Thank you, Dr.
Richie,
yeah,
you're awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you. And everyone else on here. But have a great night, everyone. All right.
Good night, Ari.
Later, guys.
Thanks, Ari. Good night.
Peace.
Love you,
Bye,
brother.
Peace. Later.
But yeah, we can talk about once I get the audit, I'm going to be 100% on to like moving into the next stage, which is getting ready for launch and onboarding awesome projects and figuring out what we can do together. Because there's no right way for each coin. Need to find something fun for each one. But also what Intern was saying as well about toilet, and if you want to know my daily toilet habits, they are: I wake up, I go to Move Pump, I buy about 10 to 15 Sui of toilet, and then I continue. I've been DCAing toilet every day for about a month and a half now. Great, because I know what's going to happen to toilet. I think everyone here does.
Yes.
Well, that's one thing Intern was saying before,
Yeah.
that people that have been around the block, we recognize when we're early.
Yeah, exactly.
We've all been there before and had these opportunities. And, I've capitalized on ones in the past. I've gotten bored and cheated in the past on some like coins that I should have held. But we're definitely all early. So we all know what's going to happen with toilet.
Yeah. And, there's no crybabies.
I've seen the
You're at our
marketing.
risk. Like it's this kind of thing, right?
I've seen the way that people market and like the telegrams of these huge coins. I don't want to name names, but some of the top coins on Sui, and they're not even halfway as good as what Toilet Dust and the commitment they have, and like the insanity, like fanatics of the Telegram. It's like on another
I
level.
mean, you know,
So, I
honestly,
mean-
we can't take credit. Like we've had so many people that, you know, some of you might know Paul because he's I think he's Pepe and Shock. He holds many, you know, solid meme tokens. But
like
yeah, but he, you know, he came in early in our Telegram, and then like, you know, up until this week, you know, if you guys saw the BF videos that we put out with the you know, he was
Yeah.
like in the woods
That's-
clubbing. You know, even with that, that's someone in our community who decided to, you know, literally pay $200 a month out of his own pocket and write the script and do it. Like we didn't say anything. We didn't give him a script for it, nothing. And like that was a huge part of our like getting people to the space to announce Board Toilet Club. You know, it's just like
those resonated big. I even saw them on like YouTube on like my work account, different computer. I'm like, that's that freaking gorilla Bigfoot Sasquatch that is repping for Toilet Dust, and that was really cool. Those were fun.
Yeah, I told you guys a long time ago. I was like, wait till Veo 3 is accessible. It's going to be a total game changer. But I couldn't get it. I would have even paid for it, but I couldn't get it because I'm in Mexico. I remember telling you, I'm like, even you and Richie, I was like, wait till Veo 3 comes out. It's going to be a game changer.
It was looking good. The Veo's good. I like Kling. They just came out with a new update. But yeah, those Sam Squanch ones looked really good.
Hey, don't give away all our secrets.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that's true.
It's still early. I think like he has to make 8-second clips, and so even the script is like you know 8 seconds per kind of cut. But it's still
it's lot
still
of work.
like, I mean, hilarious, right? Like the stuff that he's creating. But what I was kind of getting at is I think like the longer you continue showing up and build and spend time with your community, like you start to just have people pop up that have different skill sets, and it's mind-boggling that people will spend so much of their own time like doing something. Like in his case, you know, we have a video, probably two more of those type of videos coming out before Sunday. And he's just like, you know, going to work, and he's posting these on TikTok, on YouTube. And we're kind of testing, like, can we bring people to Sui through Toilet from TikTok and from like those type of videos, right? Like we're just trying to test different things, because TikTok kind of has like a lot of like 18-year-old to like 25-year-old guys who like make videos daily of meme tokens on Solana, and I've never like thought about that, but when I saw Adeni post his TikTok account, it made me think that like that wasn't an accident. I don't know what, you know, there's obviously rumors of maybe somehow they might have some involvement with TikTok, but even if they didn't and it was just him posting his TikTok account, there's a demographic of people that shill memes, and they have a big following because all the pump fun other kids follow, you know, a lot of calls on TikTok. And so I'll keep you guys posted if some of you don't do it yet, and kind of let you know maybe over the next few weeks, you know, what comes from it if it's effective.
I've been pumping my TikTok account, and I'm going to be doing something that no one else is doing because no one else even has any options. And I'll be able to customize different ones for each project. You'll be blown away once I show you what I can do. I'm almost there.
Yeah, man, TikTok
on TikTok specifically.
TikTok definitely has the demographic that would be really good to bring into Sui. So,
but what I'm talking about, like, I'm going to make content, but I'm also going to make AI tools and overlays that when other people use them, you get paid for them, and I can make custom overlays like for a project, so you can speak as your own meme character on TikTok, and every time someone uses it, I get paid for it if someone uses it, and I can actually make them good because right now the selection is trash. So that's going to be really cool.
Are you saying like if someone had a Board Toilet Club NFT, you can take their PFP and turn it into like a video of him talking?
Yeah, and I could even make it to where it tracks their face, and they can make their own video as their PFP.
I
Like,
gotcha.
say they don't want to dox, like me, like I could make an overlay. I'm making my own avatar as somebody, so I can actually start making content. And yeah, it's really difficult. Like, I'm a computer nerd. It's not easy to do, but I have figured it out, and it's going to be really cool for all memes, because once you get the system down, it's going to be really
Speaking
really
of
cool.
doxing, I remember when I doxed myself to you, I video FaceTimed Wise without telling him, and I think he was so shocked that I videoed him that he was like more shocked than me, and that was a good time. But
Yeah, I thought it was the regular call. I was like getting out of bed. I'm like, oh shit. But you were outside the gym looking handsome. I'm like, wow, you did yourself dirty with that intern character. You're a handsome man.
thanks, man. I'm really close to doxing, and you know, I was telling Crypto Impress, some of you know, she hosts our space, that I want to start building like my in real life X account, because it's been a long time since I did that, and I don't know, like I don't have the time right now by any means, but eventually, like I'd love to create a scenario of helping projects on Sui, like with marketing, branding, relationship building, things that they can do to build community in ways that maybe they have never even thought of. And so, you know, it's not in the immediate, but I think as I start.
And you built a TikTok 200,000 followers in what amount of time? You said
In a few weeks, and to be honest, the way that happened, like my content was pretty, like it was about, like, you know, healing relationships, and you find there's a lot of people going through breakups and, you know, relationship things, and so it kind of had a viral nature to begin with. But as soon as I posted the videos, I'd go live, and I'm not kidding you. Like, as soon as I realized that part, I would post a video, immediately hit the live button, and be live for like an hour or two. And when I would get off of the live, like some videos would be over 100,000 views, like thousands of comments.
that's exactly what I'm planning on doing.
Yeah.
I bet there were so many cougars. Like, oh hi.
Yeah, you know, luckily my wife is like the most secure woman and
Nice.
human
That's
being.
good.
So yeah, there was never an issue. But you know, in therapy with like therapists, I think the word is like transience or something like that, where, you know, like someone falls in love with their therapist, vice versa, because like you're just kind of sharing your entire life. It's a
Parasocial.
Yeah, it's
Relationship.
a very real thing. And so, you know, when I was, you know, doing that work full time, um, I always was like very transparent by saying, like, you know, my wife and I, you know, I always say my wife number one, but I always say, like, our relationship's not perfect. It's just healthy because we work on it. I think, you know, just like I say here, like toilet, we do things, we learn, we make mistakes, we learn, we keep going. Like, I like to talk about the things that we learn from, not just the things that people want to hear. And the same thing over there, I'd always be like, my wife and I, we go through things like family dynamics, family drama, you know, relationship stuff, and we handle it with grace, and we have boundaries, so we don't disrespect each other. But by no means, like, you know, when people say like couple goals or all that stuff, I'm like, you know, please, you know, we're the same. We're the same. It's just, you know, we're grateful enough that it's healthy.
Yeah, and about the TikTok thing, like I'm gonna see what's trending the most, and I can make AI overlays and things that have to do with what's trending. It doesn't even have to do with cryptocurrency. I don't care what the topic is. Whatever's hot, I can make AI, you know, effects for that trend, and they'll just blow up. Especially if I make my own funny content with it, and people see it and they start using it. I could just see there's definitely a big gap there.
See, there's a white label opportunity for that. If anyone can figure out that algorithm and then put it into essentially an AI swarm or bot infrastructure, then you just have to hold
I'm
the
all over it.
NFT or the amount of tokens to be able to use this technology, and creators would come in, they'd buy the coin or the NFT to unlock this magic tool, which can just get you creating content on whatever is trending, right?
Well, that's the
Sure, it's
thing. Like,
coming.
I can even go on Fiverr. I can charge for custom overlays. Like, if a project or anybody wants a custom overlay, I could charge them to make it. Plus, when you do it with TikTok, you get paid from TikTok every time someone uses it if you made it. That's the cool part.
I tell you though, I just deleted Instagram because I noticed that half of my feed was just AI content now. Like, it's for like entertainment, you know, usually
just a
just
waste,
you know,
man.
you use Instagram to follow people or see what's going on in the world. And I just realized that half of it's not even real. It's like, I'm not watching this anymore. I cannot deal with this. So I can't imagine on TikTok, I guess it's even higher percentage, right? Just
The AI news propaganda and like the way they use it to like create narratives and stuff is getting very interesting.
Yeah, but
it's the most used social website on the internet. It's used more than X. It's used more than anything, by far.
yeah. But at some point, I guess about 6 months from now, we will
But
have
it's a
no
different
idea
demographic,
what's
though.
real, and you just be like completely confused. And then there's going to have to
Totally.
be a huge crackdown on it all. Otherwise, we're just be
Well,
fighting each other all
Swarm
the time.
AI.
I
roll up
don't
news
think
verification.
because there's two sides to that, because since everybody knows that that's possible, they're not going to believe anything without proof. But the stuff that I'm making is obviously not real. It's so like over the top. It's just a way to cover your face and be a character and talk as that character, or anything. Other effects too.
I would love that. Like you have a social media, and all of the news on that social media is completely fake but amazing, and you just get to watch like live AI news reports and interviews and video documentation
I
about
can
this
do
crazy
duets.
stuff. That'd be great. I'd love that.
I can do duets with myself. I can be one character and switch to another character, and it's with a different voice made by AI. I can do like even triple videos, skits where it's all me but different. It doesn't look like me. I'm different characters in each one.
Skits, more like
So I can do
schizophrenic.
collaborations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Wise, real quick, who's behind Sui Builders, and tell me more if possible. I've been wanting to ask that since I got here.
It's Sui Builders. It should be Paste right now. He might be falling asleep though.
No worries.
But it's just me, Paste, and Mobster. We're the
Got
only
it.
three. It's previously was Accelerator, but they didn't give us our
I
account
got you.
back.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's all good. The airdrops have been continuing. We just did one yesterday. People ROI'd if they got to pass on day one. So I'm happy about it.
That's
so
awesome.
we peaked at 300 viewers on the X and the Kick and the YouTube, all combined. Not even counting what was on this X account. So pretty good actually.
And this is day one. This is
And
day
we've been
one.
on for,
We're gonna be in more places.
been going for 4 hours though. It's a long time.
Yeah, how you feeling, Richie? Should we? How are we feeling, guys?
I'm good. I've been at the gym, then I came back, now cooking some chicken, and just left my computer running live. It's okay.
Yeah, nice,
Yeah.
awesome.
Some comments. All good, man.
So good.
No, but it's pretty good. So, but I think, Wise, what we should do for next week's one is probably announce it like 3 or 4 days beforehand, so that people know it's gonna be happening.
I'll schedule it right after this one.
Yeah.
Next Thursday.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And
Right away.
yeah, and let's get some more. We can also add, if we want to, we can also add what other social accounts? We can add Facebook. I don't have that. We can add Twitch. I don't have that. Instagram, I deleted it. Hop in, no idea what that is. No, that's it. And LinkedIn, I don't have LinkedIn. So no. So that's me. I'm capped out.
I can figure out those for you, like the sites that are effective.
I've been thinking about opening a LinkedIn actually. Might be handy.
You know,
all the Mistin Labs guys
really-
are all on LinkedIn.
Yeah,
I should reopen
all
mine.
these, all these professional Sui developers are all using LinkedIn. Actually, I noticed that. So it might be a good call.
Yeah, you know what's funny is Ari actually got hit up by some solid project founders, not meme tokens, utility tokens, or utility projects from LinkedIn, and he was so shocked that he called me, and he's like, "Can you verify these are real people?" Because like we never think that anyone from crypto Twitter is on LinkedIn.
Oh, but
Exactly.
LinkedIn has actual ID verification. If they have a badge, that means they took a picture of their face, their government ID, like a real legit ID thing. If they have an ID check, that's really a real person. Because you have to move your face a bunch of different directions and
but
do jumping jacks and spin around in circles, like all this stuff.
Guys, should we machine gun some last talkers here real quick, or are we ripping up, or what do we think?
Sure, let's do it. Machine gun them up.
Machine gun them up. I brought up Gobble Poop.
I just want to say, hey, you guys care if we jump on here next Thursday and talk to you?
I want to talk to Goblins. They got their NFT coming up soon. You're gonna come by Goblins next week and do a good chat.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thursday, what time?
Hey, and remember, I do
6
spaces
p.m.
besides these. Like, I could do one just for your project. I don't charge anything. If you're doing something good, I can do a space for you any day of the week at any time of the
Okay,
day.
I hit you up.
This is
I'll
just
hit you up on Twitter, and then Aqua, I'll hit you up too.
DM me too, buddy. I've been waited with bated breath for your gobbies.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I want to grab some because I think the art, like for months now, you've been sharing this goblin art, right? They're so unique.
Right. Yeah, they're pretty cool, and he's doing some really cool one-on-ones right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that Goblins the same as the partner from Accelerator?
I'm not sure.
No.
I think so. Oh, it's a different one.
Is it?
Okay. And I haven't seen this art. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because this guy says big goblin.
Big goblin dick boy.
But yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah.
a different one. Cool.
Oh, an
I'm
elite
down.
goblin. Same project though. That's cool.
They're like cavemen, right?
I give everyone a platform for free. You want to do a space? I'll hold
Okay.
it.
Yeah. I'll be hitting you guys both up here tonight before I go to bed.
Party.
Sorry,
I
guys. Thanks.
saw Harmony Hub in here, but I think she's left. She's got a really cool music NFT Harmony Hub. Everyone should check that one out.
Good hearing you talk, intern.
Oh, thanks so much, man. It's so cool, especially long day with the kids, and to be able to come here and hang with you guys is great. And if there's anything we can do to help, I always say, in the first 2 weeks, we kind of were trying to promote some projects to kind of help the ecosystem, and one of them backfired because we were kind of new, we didn't know anyone, and since then we kind of haven't really looked at our DMs or anything, just because we kind of took some heat for doing that, and now we try to vet people to as much as we can before we ever.
Well, intern, if you trust me at all, Richie is 1,000 times more trustworthy and integrity.
Oh no, yeah, Richie. I mean, everyone here. No, it's
The way Ari explained to me, yeah, he was pretty nervous about everybody anymore, but he said that he'll talk to me later, and then I think I sent you DM today, but if you get a chance, reply back whenever.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, man. Good talking to everybody. Have a good night.
See you next week, bro.
Later.
See you, brother.
And what about Poop AI? How do I pronounce that? I sound like half. Papui. Are they still hanging out? Are they still there? I've seen them around a lot.
Poopy. Poopy.
It might be a language barrier. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, let's try and talk to them soon too.
Open world game. It's an open world game on Sui. Nice. Poopy, you there?
Cool.
Guys, make sure the Potato NFT mint is coming soon. That's the best app ever, and their NFT actually has major utility. So check if you're on that whitelist. Potato is awesome, and their mint is on the 21st, I think. You can even go on the Potato.
How to get
app
on the
and see if
whitelist?
you're eligible. Yeah, I'm on the #1 spot because I'm OG Potato because that's a lifesaver. So, yeah, I think 4 hours and 6 minutes. Anything else?
Sounds like you're running out of battery a little bit. Are you rugging in for everyone else?
No, I mean, I will stay on the space as long as if you guys want to go another 4 hours, I'll be here.
It
You
sounded
can
like
just
you
sit
were
here and
underwater.
Yeah, you're back now though. You recharged your battery.
because I'm on my laptop. I'm usually on my phone, but I'm on my laptop right now.
Too fancy.
Because I was trying to do something, but
Good.
I forgot you can't go on delegate accounts from your phone. So it's like,
How do I check potato? Let me know. I'm gonna check it now. Potato. Oh, I'm such a sucker for NFTs, man.
well, theirs is like, it's about getting land, and they're the best app on Sui. They're gonna do it right, whatever they're doing for sure.
Getting land. Potato land collection launching in 1 day, 7 hours. Oh my god. Is there like a whitelist checker or what?
Yeah, you should be able to check on there.
Where? Potato land? Am I on the
Yeah,
whitelist?
probably.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
I've been doing all the activities for months though, so I don't know.
I've done no activities.
But I'm pretty sure you can just like buy it,
Yeah, so you can do that.
Get one. Because it'll be worth it for sure.
Oh, I didn't know they had that actual website as well. I only ever used them on Twitter, on Telegram.
Yeah, they have an actual app. Like, I don't know if they have an iPhone app, but they have an Android application, which is really helpful. And you know what? They're the only browser-based website that'll actually switch to your Slush wallet if you're on a phone. The only app I've ever seen do that. All the other ones say you need to install the extension. Potato will actually open your Slush wallet.
Oh, I'm not eligible. I guess I have all this stuff to claim. I have loads of achievements. I didn't even know I had them.
Yeah, man. There's so much stuff on Potato. It'll tell you if there's airdrops. It'll tell you if there's new Sui passports. Most people don't even know what those are. And it'll tell you if you're going out of range of your liquidity pools. It'll message your Telegram every time a trade is made. You can put multiple wallets into one portfolio view, and it's all free. It's like the best app ever. The Swiss Army knife of Sui.
Oh, I can get some points now. Do you know these questions? What kind of rights do you get when you hold a Potato Land NFT?
I have a thing. I could send you all the answers later, but I can't do it while we're still going.
Oh well. Okay, I'm gonna go back to cooking chicken.
I'll get you. You can go through a lot of those pretty quickly. A lot of it's just liking and reposting.
Oh my god, there's so many things people have to do. It's crazy. It's funny, man. Like
tons of
all this stuff on Sui that like I'm every day checking out Sui, living in Sui, doing everything Sui, and then you come across something you're like, I had no idea any of this existed. Like I knew there was the Potato Land, but that was it.
Discord. Discord is like a never-ending quest. You could go all day and never finish all the stuff you can do. Like with all the Discords, it is crazy. It's too much for me. I'm just like I'm gonna stick with one specific thing I like. I'm gonna all Potato. Not trying to do all these other activities because I know Potato is legit.
Yeah, I fell in that whole. Well, I'd say it's a useless task, useless journey. About a year and a half ago with layer 2s like Blast and Mode, Base Chain and Manta Chain. Like there was endless airdrop tasks, and all that these builders on all these layer 2 Ethereum solutions were doing was essentially airdrop farming or engagement farming people to boost up their socials, pump their TVLs, and then ultimately all of these airdrops were worth pennies. The amount of gas that we paid to actually try and get these airdrop tokens and things like was more than we got received back. Complete waste of time.
Yeah, I would avoid the site called Galks. They're the worst. Galks is worst waste of time for anything to do because they work with a lot of different things.
It's not Galks though. The way that they do is if people complete tasks, you get like NFTs, which are Galks NFTs. They're supposed to be used by the projects to then know they can search on the blockchain and say, oh, they did the task. Now we can give them the rewards. But what happened with Galks is all these projects never ended up fulfilling their part of the bargain. So although all these users had all these Galks NFTs that they earned, the projects didn't give up their piece of the bargain, which was to then therefore give them the reward for their time. So it's just not a really good system, I guess, with Galaxy, unfortunately.
Yeah, I never got any Walrus wall token for all the stuff I did on Galaxy. That's it was just a big waste of time, but it's all good.
Oh, dead air. We got dead air. What's going on?
What's going on? We could wrap it up if everyone's done. There's plenty of spaces to come. There's a lot more awesome TikTok things. I'm gonna stitch some Veo 3 videos together for toilet dusts. A prequel to the one I already made of the toilet going to the moon. There's gonna be some silly Trump character giving speeches. A lot of cool stuff. What's up, Coach? You're still here, Coach.
Good morning, everybody. How's my mic? You're rugged on my end.
Coach, you sound good. Wise,
Yeah.
you sound like you're low battery underwater.
Yeah.
I know you guys sound like that too. I think.
Okay.
I'm usually on my phone. It's better on the phone.
Yeah, Coach, you're good.
Amazing. I'm very surprised that I made it, and at the same time, I'm not because Wise Legion said that it's probably gonna go for hours and hours. They were just about to start this space when I went to sleep, and now I woke up and it's still going. So big ups to everybody who who survived that long.
Yeah, it's been a marathon, and we're live on like many different websites. Thanks to Richie, we're on YouTube and Kick and X. So there's a video record of this whole thing too.
Crazy, big ups to you, G. It's huge what you're doing for the whole ecosystem. I'm so well aware of your contribution to Reddit and TikTok. I'm one of the big followers there.
Well, remember this. You can watch this back because all those projects that I was doing. If you look on the Jumbotron, I have the interview with King Crab, and also Fartcoin. He said he would dox me personally, not publicly, but King Crab, he's on video. He's a big 6 foot, 300-pound ex.
Right.
CO.
Right. I was in VC.
On the Jumbotron, I had to put it on TikTok because Telegram was super slow, so it's on my TikTok on the Jumbotron up there. I'm gonna check it out.
Right. I will definitely check it out. Did you say that you already had Fartcoin on here?
No, it was too late for him. That's why I did the interview in the Telegram. But he said Saturday he'll like show me and Moonbags who he is, because that would be helpful. He just doesn't want to dox publicly, but he said he will to me and the Moonbags owners, just to us.
Yeah,
because that would be
exactly.
helpful.
Well, I was the first one to communicate with this dev, and I was very clear from the beginning that as this narrative is very high potential, then the easiest in this space would be to just have you doxed and plug you into the network and connect you with the right people and do everything correctly. So he was well aware from the start, and so he has had time to think about it, and yeah, as you said, he will do that now.
To me, it seems like he definitely has like good intention, but he needs some direction. He didn't even have a Telegram Premium or an avatar as the dev. That's
it's his first launch on Sui, right? So he's just entering the ecosystem and getting to know people and the ways people operate and do business in here.
when you look at the website, though, it has like AI Claude generate all this ASCII art and really cool stuff.
Right.
That's
He's software
pretty
developer and engineer. So yeah, he
just needs the other parts of the puzzle. But King Crab, he's been going for like a month and a half. He's helping everyone else out. He's on fire. Like, he was the most impressive today out of everybody, for sure, for me personally. Like, I mean, aside from my OGs, I'm talking about the new guys.
Yeah, I would also give this lad a shout out, because he's really setting the trend for all the new builders who come in. He has perfect mentality. He wants to work with other communities. He's publicly saying out loud, "I'm buying this token. I'm staking it. I'm getting my rewards from there. I can reinvest that."
Watch this back when it's over. He spoke on it. He was on here.
Right.
He spoke personally on this one too, and he was he did great.
He's a great dude. Anyways, I just wanted to give my little shout out here to Fartcoin, just to have us represented. We're building in the background quite a lot, networking with people, and having first partnerships announced really soon. Dev is also deving, doing software development to give some more freedom to us in terms of visibility. And yeah, that should be launched also anytime soon. I would assume this weekend. So yeah, definitely pay attention. Follow our X account, which is Sui Fartcoin. Definitely check out our website, because it is really dope. Can just show what the dev can build.
Yeah, the website was definitely the most impressive. You know, you just need to help him with his, you know, all the other aspects. But that's, as long as he has good intentions, it's really all that matters, you know, these days. You know.
I can vouch for that. He has really good intentions, and the way he operates the whale chat that we have ongoing, how he educates people regarding the liquidity pools, etc. This is it's really important that everybody understands how liquidity works, and how can we make the project safer and more secure for new people to invest in, and make it more appealing. So I have really high hopes.
If he doxes to me in the moonbags, you know, if he actually doxes to us, we have no problem saying, like, yeah, he doxed to us. He wishes to remain private, but we can say with our reputation he did do it. You know, so that helps a lot too. So hope that I'm looking forward to that, because that'll bring a new level of trust for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Likewise, I can't wait for that. But yeah, that's between you guys. But it's going to happen, nevertheless.
Yeah, he said he will do it. So that sounds great. And then we might be able to have a space on the Moonbags site, on the Moonbags page, which is helpful.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I'm gonna step down now. Gonna prepare for the day. Thank you so much for letting me come up here and do my little show.
Seize the day.
Thank you, Coach. Oh, it's good to hear from you.
What we got to do? Seize the day. Make it your day, Coach.
Carpe diem, everybody.
Come hang out with us at Sui Trump sometime. So it's more legit than like people even know about. Like, if you look into it.
I'm in this chat there. If you guys would have VC open, I would definitely always jump in. But as there is always so many chats going on, you know, that yourself, then it's easy to get lost in between there.
Oh yeah, man. Telegram is a endless swimming social stream of consciousness. It's insane. For sure.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't even know like how Wise Legion is doing that. Like you have premium, so probably you can pin more chats, but me without a premium, those 5 chats pinned are not enough.
It's still not enough. I have 500,000 unknown messages. Like I have I have max folders, max pins. It still doesn't. It's like I don't know where anything is. It's madhouse.
Crazy. It's really crazy there in Telegram. In the old times, we used to just hang around in Discord, and it was a bit better organized. But Telegram is really hectic.
And Discord is way expensive. You can get like 6 months for the price of 1 month of Discord.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for inviting me, and have a good day. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, I told you, bro. We might go 4.5 hours. It's been 4 hours, 22 minutes.
Thank you, Coach.
You're probably like, oh, dude, he was right. They're still on. Damn. Yeah, I've been many times.
I noticed we have Sui Kingfish in the listeners. I was looking at their NFT collection just earlier today.
Yeah, he needs like a translator, I believe. So a lot of people
Art's
say
pretty
good
cool.
things. He just needs. Yeah, so Brett Hartman got some in the DAO.
Ah, really nice. Yeah, I was looking at that.
Yeah, he liked the fish.
Sui Kingfish. Nice. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to eat my lunch and continue on with my day.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everyone that made it
Yeah.
all the way through. Unreal.
Yeah.
Amazing. Every Thursday, 6 p.m. No stopping. Full power, full steam ahead. SuiDex coming out soon. Toilet summer almost upon us.
To get ready
AquaShock
for
here always.
to get ready for a performance tomorrow. I'm doing a solo acoustic set, which was asked to do.
Are you where at your bar?
Yeah.
No, it's like some commercial event. Someone asked me to open up I think it's a car show or something. They told me just to come and play 4 or 5 songs. So I said, sure. Why not?
I think you should be posting. You should be posting more of those videos of you doing that. People seeing you do that, they'll just want to invest in what you're doing because they think it's awesome what you do. It's like it's a good tactic.
Yeah, true. I never really think about
I
it.
thought you were just handsome. I didn't know you were a talented musician as well.
Yeah, I got a couple albums actually. They're on Spotify.
Okay, cool. What's
Yeah.
your artist name?
So the one, I think one of them we took down because they kept wanting money. And the thing with Spotify is like after it's been put out, and then if no one's, because we made them in China, right? We never toured them in Europe. So the one that's still up is called White Monkeys. And the reason it's called that is because basically we toured for a couple of years in China, just as we actually had.
Yeah, that's like a name for like guaylo white monkeys in China.
Exactly
Okay, I
right.
get it.
Like, so we used to like open malls and open KFCs and then play. And then we called ourselves White Monkeys because then we could play our original songs, but they thought they were going to be booking, like a Coldplay cover band or something. But
and they have no idea.
Yeah, they
I
had
love
no
it.
idea.
That's awesome.
And then we eventually toured with the original music and then released the album, but that was in 2020. Yeah, early start of 2020, we released the album, and then of course the world shut down, and then half the band left, and we kind of lost the momentum. But that was fun. So that album's up on Spotify. It's called The Mandela Effect by White Monkeys. But
Oh, okay, cool.
Then
Fruit of the
it's
Loom.
kind of funk. But
That is
then
spooky.
most of the solo stuff I do, the originals, is just more kind of, I guess, slower and more heartfelt music, which is what I prefer to listen to.
I found Richie's channel because of the Mandela effect.
That's
Believe it or
weird.
not.
You did
Crazy
say that.
story.
Yeah, that's interesting. Call back to that. Some synchronicity.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go
And he's
check out
making
White
new
Monkeys
videos
on
now.
Spotify right now.
Yeah. I check out the song either Everest. I think Everest is their best song, or
Cool.
or
Climbing the
Sexy
mountain.
Whisper. That's also a good song. Sexy Whisper.
Dope.
Richie, I can use your voice in those songs and make new songs as you.
I'm not a
sing
big
them.
fan of AI music though, to be honest. It's not my. I don't
But it
feel
could
it.
be.
I like error. I like all
the
my favorite kind of style of music is either like British indie or punk. I like when I listen to music and you can hear the musicians making mistakes or human error in vocal signatures and things. That's what I really like about music. So I'm not even a huge fan of electronic music. So like for me, the AI music, it just doesn't have the soul that I'm looking for when I want to kind of get taken away to the world that music brings me, you know.
I'll surprise you. You'd be surprised. I just haven't made the type that a lot of people like because I stick with what I like. But if you look at some of the samples, it can be like the one they just made is incredible. What it can do.
Yeah,
like
but I'm not a Nazi with
real
music. I'll listen to anything if other people are enjoying it, and I'll have a good time too. You know.
Yeah, and I'm thinking mostly just for like, you know, advertising, not really like trying to have a professional like album, but just to get
I'll tell
stuff
you, like,
out.
even making that album that we made, so we made it over the course of a year, and it took 4 or 5 sessions in the recording studio, and then we had to get a mixer to mix it, and then a guy to master it, and we wanted it on vinyl, so we had to get a vinyl master guy in New York to do it all, and then the album art, the album sleeve, printing of the albums and the LPs and everything, right? So in total, I think total cost to do all this in 2019 was probably close to $8,000, $5,000 to $8,000 paid between 4 people, right? Now, if an up-and-coming band wanted to do the same experiment with music, right, and just create an album, they could record the entire thing in their bedroom. They'd only have to go and record the drums, really. Everything else can be, you can play an electric guitar into a computer and almost identically pick up any amp, any feedback you can generate. You can record vocals in your room. You can make the album art on your computer. You can mix and master it with Ableton AI. There is no need to pay this incredible amount of money for just to try and get your music to sound as good as it would be, you know, comparable to other successful musicians.
Lil Dicky, there's a rapper called Lil Dicky. He's Jewish, and he made his whole first album in his apartment, and he's really famous now, very famous. He's the guy that made the music video without any money. He just went around asking places if he could film there for free with a $0 budget, and he made a whole music video. It's pretty funny.
That's why I support for music, because it got out of hand like in the second decade of the 2000s. Just the amount of money that you know, independent artists were spending to try and get their music out was just, it was crazy. And you're never going to get that back. It's like, what other hobby do you have where you spend so much cash on something that you should be shipping out as a product that's actually going to make you money, and then you just accept, I'm not going to make anything doing this, I'm just wasting all the hard-earned cash.
Yes, he played into the fact that he is Jewish, so he's like, oh, I'm not paying for anything, I'm getting, you know, I don't buy fancy cars, I buy like a Toyota, and you know, wear the same underwear, it don't matter. Like, he's pretty funny. He's hilarious. If you ever look it up, I don't know. I really like his stuff.
He's funny. He's got his TV show and stuff too. He's good stuff.
That's what.
Yeah, his TV show on FX was excellent, and he even came back and did another album. It's pretty cool.
That's what they say about Scottish people in the UK. They say we're really tight with money.
Yeah, they say you guys are very, very cheap.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we need to check.
We missed RJ at Harmony Hub. She's in the DMs. We got to get her next week. Speaking of music,
I'll do a space for her.